case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm going to do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of
like you're just another face in the crowd, easily replaced and quickly forgotten. I want you to think about that feeling for a moment. Really let it sink in. That gnawing uncertainty, that creeping doubt that maybe, just maybe, you don't matter as much as you thought you did. Now hold on to that feeling, because we're going to transform it into something powerful. You see, there's a fundamental truth that most people never grasp. Your value isn't determined by others, it's determined by you. And when you truly understand your own worth, when you cultivate yourself to become truly irreplaceable, that's when everything changes. That's what we're here to talk about today. How to make them fear losing you. Now, I'm not talking about manipulation or playing games. I'm talking about becoming so valuable, so essential, that the very thought of your absence creates a void that can't be filled. It's about personal growth on such a profound level that you become a beacon of light in a world of mediocrity. Let's start with a simple question. What makes someone irreplaceable? Is it talent, skills, charisma? Sure, those things play a part, but they're not the whole story. Not even close. True irreplaceability comes from within. It's about cultivating a mindset, a way of being that sets you apart in every interaction, every task, every moment of your life. Think about the people in your life you couldn't imagine living without. What makes them special? Is it just their abilities, or is it something more? Something intangible that you can't quite put your finger on, but you know it when you see it, that something's what we're after. And I promise you, it's within your reach. But it's going to take work, hard work, the kind of work most people aren't willing to do. Because here's the truth. Becoming irreplaceable isn't about being perfect. It's about being relentless in your pursuit of growth. It's about showing up every single day, ready to give more than you take, ready to push yourself beyond your comfort zone, ready to face your fears and overcome them. It starts with self-awareness. You need to take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask yourself some tough questions. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What unique perspectives and experiences do you bring to the table? What value do you add to the lives of those around you? And here's the kicker. You need to be brutally honest with yourself. No sugarcoating, no excuses. Because if you can't be honest with yourself, how can you expect others to see your true value? Once you've got a clear picture of where you stand, it's time to start building. And I mean, building yourself from the ground up. Every skill, every trait, every habit that makes you who you are needs to be examined, refined, and strengthened. Are you reliable? Then become the most dependable person anyone has ever met. Are you creative? Then push your creativity to new heights every single day. Are you a problem solver? Then tackle challenges that others shy away from. But here's the thing. It's not just about what you do, it's about how you do it. It's about the energy you bring, the attitude you carry, the impact you make on everyone around you. Think about it. We've all met people who light up a room just by walking into it. People whose very presence makes others feel energized, inspired, capable of achieving more than they ever thought possible. That's the kind of person you need to become. And it starts with your mindset. You need to cultivate an unwavering belief in yourself and your abilities. Not arrogance, mind you. Confidence. There's a big difference. Arrogance repels. confidence attracts. Confidence says, I know my worth, and I'm here to add it. It's not about being better than others. It's about being the best version of yourself and inspiring others to do the same. But confidence alone isn't enough. You need to back it up with action. Consistent, relentless action. Because here's another truth that most people never grasp. Your habits define you. Your daily routine. The small choices you make when no one's watching. These are the building blocks of your character. So ask yourself, what are your habits saying about you? Are they the habits of someone irreplaceable, or are they the habits of someone easily forgotten? Do you show up early or just on time? Do you go above and beyond or do just enough to get by? Do you take responsibility for your mistakes or look for someone to blame? Do you constantly seek to learn and grow? Or are you content with what you already know?
Taxes was waiting and wondering.
No. These might seem like small things, but they add up. They compound over time. And before you know it, they've shaped your entire life. Now, I want you to imagine for a moment what your life would look like if you committed to excellence in everything you do. If you approached every task, every interaction, every opportunity with the mindset of someone truly irreplaceable. How would it change the way you work? The way you relate to others? The way you see yourself? I'll tell you how. It would transform you from the inside out. It would make you someone that others not only want to be around, but someone they can't imagine being without. But let me be clear. This isn't about becoming someone else. It's about becoming the truest, most authentic version of yourself. Because authenticity is irreplaceable. In a world full of imitations and knockoffs, genuine people stand out like beacons. So don't try to be someone you're not. Instead, focus on amplifying your unique strengths, your passions, your quirks. These are the things that make you you. And when you fully embrace them, when you let them shine through in everything you do, that's when you become truly unforgettable. Now, some of you might be thinking, but what if I'm not special? What if I don't have any unique talents or abilities? Let me stop you right there. Everyone, and I mean everyone, has something unique to offer. Your experiences, your perspective, your way of seeing the world, these are things that no one else has in quite the same way you do. The problem isn't that you're not special. The problem is that you haven't yet discovered or fully developed what makes you special. And that's okay. That's what this journey is all about. It's about peeling back the layers, digging deep and uncovering the gold that's been inside you all along. It's about having the courage to be vulnerable, to fail, to learn, and to grow, because here's another truth. Growth isn't comfortable. It's not meant to be. Growth happens when we push ourselves beyond our limits, when we face our fears head on, when we do the things that scare us. So I want you to ask yourself, what scares you? What's holding you back from becoming the person you know you could be? Is it fear of failure? Fear of success? Fear of what others might think? Whatever it is, I want you to face it, embrace it, use it as fuel to propel you forward. Because on the other side of that fear is where true growth happens. It's where you become irreplaceable. Now, let's talk about relationships. Because being irreplaceable isn't just about what you can do. It's about how you make others feel. Think about the people in your life who you value most. The ones you couldn't imagine living without. What is it about them that makes them so special? Is it just their skills or abilities? Or is it something more? I'd be willing to bet it's the way they make you feel. The way they listen without judgment. The way they support you when you're down. The way they celebrate your successes as if they were their own. These are the qualities of someone truly irreplaceable. Someone who doesn't just add value through what they do, but through who they are. So how do you become that person? It starts with empathy, with truly seeking to understand others, to see the world through their eyes. It's about being present in every interaction, giving your full attention, your full self. It's about being the kind of person who lifts others up, who inspires them to be better, who makes them believe in themselves and their abilities. It's the beautiful thing. When you focus on adding value to others, when you genuinely care about their success and well-being, you become invaluable. You become someone they can't imagine living without. But it's not just about being nice, it's about being real. It's about having the courage to speak your truth, even when it's difficult. It's about holding others accountable, pushing them to be their best selves. Because true friends, true leaders, true irreplaceable people, they don't just tell you what you want to hear. They tell you what you need to hear. They challenge you to grow, to be better, to reach for more. And when you become that person, the one who inspires, who challenges, who supports unconditionally, that's when they'll fear losing you. Not out of manipulation or coercion, but out of genuine appreciation for the value you bring to their lives. Now, let's talk about your work. Whether you're an employee, an entrepreneur, or somewhere in between, the principles of being irreplaceable apply just the same. In the professional world, being irreplaceable isn't about hoarding knowledge or making yourself the only one who can do a certain job. That's a recipe for stagnation, not growth. No, being irreplaceable at work is about consistently delivering value above and beyond what's expected. It's about being the person who doesn't just identify problems, but comes up with solutions. The one who doesn't just do their job, but looks for ways to improve the entire process. It's about being proactive instead of reactive, anticipating needs before they arise, seeing opportunities where others see obstacles. But more than that, it's about your attitude. It's about being the person who brings positive energy to every situation, the one who lifts the entire team up, the one who people want to work with, not because you're perfect, but because you bring out the best in them. Think about it. In any organization, there are always a few people who stand out. The ones who, if they left, would leave a void that couldn't easily be filled. What makes them different? Is it just their skills, their knowledge, their experience? Sure, those things play a part. But there are plenty of skilled, knowledgeable, experienced people who are still easily replaceable. No, what sets them apart is their mindset, their approach, their unwavering commitment to, and they're the ones who take ownership, who don't make excuses, who see every challenge as an opportunity to prove their worth and add value. They're the ones who are always learning, always growing, always looking for ways to improve not just themselves, but everyone around them. And here's the key. They do it consistently, day in, day out. Not just when the boss is watching or when there's a promotion on the line, but all the time. Because that's who they are. It's ingrained in their character. So ask yourself, are you that person? Are you the one people turn to when the chips are down? Are you the one who brings solutions, not just problems? Are you the one who lifts the entire team up? If not, why not? What's holding you back? What habits do you need to change? What skills do you need to develop? Remember, becoming irreplaceable isn't about being perfect. It's about constant growth. It's about waking up every day with a commitment to be better than you were yesterday. It's about setting high standards for yourself and then consistently meeting and exceeding them. It's about doing the things others aren't willing to do. Going the extra mile when everyone else is looking for shortcuts. And here's the beautiful thing. When you commit to this path, when you dedicate yourself to becoming truly invaluable, success becomes inevitable. It might not happen overnight. It might not happen in a week or a month or even a year, but it will happen. Because the world is always in need of people who bring real value.
See that guy? That used to be me. Overweight, tired all the time, flabby and unfulfilled. So I got to work.
People who don't just talk about making a difference, but actually do it. People who inspire others, not through their words, but through their actions. Now, I want to address something important. Some of you might be thinking, but isn't it selfish to focus so much on becoming irreplaceable? Shouldn't we be more concerned with helping others? And that's a valid question. But here's the truth. Becoming irreplaceable isn't about putting yourself above others. It's about becoming the best version of yourself so that you can better serve others. Think about it. The more value you can bring, the more you can help. The stronger you become, the more you can lift others up. The more you grow, the more you can inspire others to grow. It's like what they say on airplanes. Put your own oxygen mask on first before helping others. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't give what you don't. So by focusing on your own growth, by committing to excellence in everything you do, you're actually putting yourself in a position to make a bigger impact, to help more people, to leave a lasting legacy. And isn't that what we all want deep down? To know that our life mattered, that we made a difference, that we left the world a little better than we found it? That's what becoming irreplaceable is really about. It's not about ego or status. It's about maximizing your potential so that you can maximize your impact. So I want you to think about that. Think about the impact you could have if you truly committed to this path. If you decided right here and now that you were going to become someone irreplaceable. How would it change your life? How would it change the lives of those around you? How would it change your community, your workplace, your world? Because here's the thing. When you become truly irreplaceable, it's not just others who fear losing you. Your standards, your integrity. What's easy or comfortable, but on what aligns with your values and your vision for yourself. You start to say no to things that don't serve your growth and yes to things that challenge and stretch you. And as you do this, as you continue to grow and evolve, something magical happens. You start to attract other growth-minded people. People who inspire you, challenge you, push you to be even better. Your circle starts to change. The opportunities that come your way start to change. Your entire life starts to transform. But let me be clear. This isn't about leaving people behind or thinking you're better than others. It's about inspiring others to grow with you. It's about becoming a leader, not through position or title, but through example. Because when you become truly irreplaceable, you naturally become a leader. People are drawn to your energy, your drive, your commitment to excellence. They want to know your secret, to understand what makes you different. And that's when you have the opportunity to really make a difference, to share what you've learned, to help others see their own potential and start their own journey. This is the ripple effect of becoming irreplaceable. It doesn't just change your life. It changes the lives of everyone around you. It raises the standards not just for you, but for your entire sphere of influence. So, as near the end of our time together, I want to leave you with a challenge. A challenge to commit right here and now to becoming truly irreplaceable. Not for the sake of ego or status, not to manipulate or control others, but to become the best version of yourself, to maximize your potential and your impact on the world. I want you to commit to excellence in everything you do, to continuous growth and learning, to facing your fears and pushing beyond your comfort zone. I want you to commit to adding value in every interaction, every relationship, every area of your life, to being the person who lifts others up, who inspires growth, who leads by example. I want you to commit to authenticity, to being true to yourself and your values, even when it's difficult, to speaking your truth and standing up for what you believe in. And most of all, I want you to commit to persistence, because this journey isn't always easy. There will be setbacks. There will be days when you doubt yourself, when you wonder if it's all worth it. But I promise you, it is. The person you'll become, the impact you'll have, the life you'll create. It's all worth it. So don't give up. Don't settle for mediocrity. Don't let fear or doubt or the opinions of others hold you back. Become the person you were meant to be. Become irreplaceable. Because when you do, when you truly embody these principles we've discussed, something amazing happens. You stop worrying about whether others will leave you and start attracting people who would never dream of letting you go. Stop fearing loss and start embracing growth. You stop playing small and start living up to your true potential. And in the end, isn't that what life is all about? Becoming the best version of ourselves? Making a real difference in the world. Living a life of purpose and meaning. That's the power of becoming irreplaceable. That's the transformation I am inviting you to make. You're sitting there right now listening to these words. But let me ask you something. Are you really here? Are you fully present? Or is your mind wandering, thinking about what you need to do later or what happened earlier today? Because if you're not fully here, you're missing out.
So many people think sunspots are from the sun. In fact, they have nothing to do with the sun, and I'm going to tell you the simple way to avoid them. Sunspots have to do with mixing sugar, protein, and heat. Have you ever had?
You're missing out on the opportunity to transform your life starting right now. I want you to take a deep breath. Feel the air filling your lungs. Now exhale slowly. Feel the tension leaving your body. This moment right here, right now, this is where change begins. We've talked about becoming irreplaceable, about making them fear losing you. But let's dig deeper. Let's get to the heart of what's really holding you back. Is it fear? Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of the unknown? Or is it complacency? Have you settled for good enough when you know you're capable of greatness? Whatever it is, I want you to acknowledge it. Don't run from it. Don't try to ignore it. Face it head on. Because here's the truth. The things that scare us most are often the things we need to do to grow. Think about a time in your life when you faced a fear, when you stepped out of your comfort zone. How did it feel? Terrifying, right? But what happened after? Did you grow? Did you learn something about yourself? That's the paradox of growth. It's uncomfortable. It's challenging. Sometimes it's downright painful, but it's also exhilarating, liberating. It's what makes life worth living. So I want you to think about what's holding you back right now. What's that one thing you know you need to do, but you've been putting off? Maybe it's having a difficult conversation with someone. Maybe it's pursuing that dream you've always had but never acted on. Maybe it's simply admitting to yourself that you're capable of more than you've been given. Whatever it is, I want you to make a commitment right now. A commitment to yourself. A commitment to face that fear. To take that step to become the person you know you can be. Because here's the thing. Becoming irreplaceable isn't just about what you do. It's about who you become in the process. It's about the person you evolve into as you face your fears, as you push your boundaries, as you commit to excellence in everything you do. Think about the people in your life who you admire most, the ones who inspire you, who challenge you to be better. What qualities do they possess? Is it their skills or achievements that you admire most, or is it their character, their integrity, their unwavering commitment to their values? I'd be willing to bet it's the latter. Because skills can be learned, knowledge can be acquired, but character, that's something that's forged through challenge and adversity. It's something that's built day by day, choice by choice. So as you embark on this journey to become irreplaceable, I want you to focus
That
not
sounds
just
like
on what you can do,
a good idea.
but on who you can become. Because that's where true transformation happens. Imagine for a moment the best version of yourself. The version that's confident, capable, full of purpose and
I'm
passion.
definitely going to
The version
refrain
that
from doing
inspires
that.
others. That makes a real difference in the world. That version of you
man.
exists. It's within you right now. And every choice you make, every action you take, is either moving you closer to that version of yourself or further away. So I want you to start making choices that align with that best version of yourself. Choices that might be difficult in the moment, but that you know are right. Choices that push you to grow, to learn, to become more than you are right now. Maybe it's choosing to wake up an hour earlier to work on that project you've been putting off. Maybe it's choosing to have that difficult conversation you've been avoiding. Maybe it's choosing to say no to something that doesn't align with your values or your goals. These choices might seem small in the moment, but they add up. They compound over time, and before you know it, you become someone new. Someone stronger, more capable, more aligned with your true potential. But here's the catch. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's not about making one big decision and suddenly becoming irreplaceable. It's about the small decisions you make every single day. It's about consistency. It's about showing up day after day, even when you don't feel like it, especially when you don't feel like it. Because that's what sets irreplaceable people apart. They don't rely on motivation or inspiration. They rely on discipline. They understand that success isn't about feeling good all the time. It's about doing what needs to be done regardless of how you feel. So I want you to start building that discipline. Start small if you need to. Make one commitment to yourself today. Maybe it's to read for 30 minutes every day. Maybe it's to exercise for 15 minutes. Maybe it's to reach out to one person in your network. Whatever it is, commit to it.
Thank you.
Not just for today, not just for this week, but for the long haul.
I got a
Because
good
that's how real
10 hours to go today.
That's how you become irreplaceable. And as you do this, as you start to see the changes in yourself, something amazing will happen. The people around
I
you
appreciate the comments,
will start
man.
to notice.
I
They'll see
appreciate
the
it.
difference in your energy, your attitude, your results. They'll be drawn to you. They'll want to know your secret. And that's when you realize you're not just becoming irreplaceable to others. You're becoming irreplaceable to yourself. You're becoming someone you're proud to be. Someone who lives up to their potential. Someone who makes a real difference in the world. That's the ultimate goal. Not to make others fear losing you, but to become someone you can't bear to lose. To become so aligned with your values, so committed to your growth, that the thought of going back to your old ways is unthinkable. So I want you to take a moment right now. Close your eyes if you can. Visualize that best version of yourself. See yourself living with purpose, making an impact, being truly irreplaceable. Feel the confidence, the strength, the sense of fulfillment that comes with living up to your potential. Now, open your eyes. That future is waiting for you. It's within your reach. But it's up to you to grab it. It's up to you to make choices day by day, moment by moment. That will lead you there. Are you ready? Are you willing to do what it takes? To face your fears, to push your boundaries, to become truly irreplaceable. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. And I believe in you. I believe in your potential to become someone truly extraordinary. So what's it going to be? Are you going to settle for mediocrity, or are you going to commit to excellence? Are you going to let fear hold you back, or are you going to use it as fuel to propel you forward?
Use it as
The
fuel.
world needs you. It needs your unique gifts, your unique perspective, your unique contribution. Don't deprive the world of that. Don't deprive yourself of the joy, the fulfillment, the sense of purpose that comes from living up to your potential. Become irreplaceable, not just to others, but to yourself. Become the person you were always meant to be. The journey starts now. Are you ready? So, what do you...
Went viral for obvious from the comments and the sheer volume of tag me. I guess not. So yeah, it's not. They're not. No, they're not pretending to drown. Tag me. I guess not. So yeah, it's not. They're not. No, they're not pretending to drown. But the truth might actually be worse. You see these tiny dots, these on the crocodile? Well, their pressure goes from the Philippines, a prehistoric sawtooth. You can get away with this until a drop of sweat hits your mouth. You get your wife. You see this, be wary. That's a pre-type of murky water. A crocodile will basically T-pose with a sign of spirit. To maximize sense hitbox against a size sentient snake. He's breathing like a nosegay, but this armored demon's the only one slain. So that could be what's happening here. Or maybe the croc caught a body and just won't let go. Or he could just be what's happening here. Or maybe the croc caught a body and just won't let go. Or he could just be dead. But definitely not pretending to drown. I mean, that would imply imply that someone witnessed the same living claw, but definitely not pretending to drown. That would imply that someone witnessed the same living claw or that regarded to extinct like eagles indicating close enough to out. So cubic process respond to commands and even come running and they can run. Okay, that was something of the words of team where research witnessed scarapig to directly where two others were waiting. Hell, they even warned you in Australia to never camp or get water from the same place more than twice, because Croc will really recognize the pattern, memorize your routine, and then be right there to cancel your life subscription the next time. So yeah, for a brain in the weight class of a walnut, Crocs aren't dumb, but sympathy baiting? That's a Bikram yoga stretch, and what surprised me the most was just how many articles reposted that video repeating it. Like, they really have people out here thinking reptiles are lack the power of manipulation. Now, to be fair, that might seem obvious to you, but to someone who doesn't yap about animals for a living, or, watch them, seeing it in an article could be all it takes, and like a verbal virus, it doesn't take much for it to spread. So, for the sake of my mental health, I'm working with ground news. Because if I have to argue with one more comment, I'm gonna lose something. My mind, my fans, and freedom, it might get critical. Ground News is an app and website made by a former NASA engineer, so very real problem with the way information can be used as a weapon, and how news outlets often feed on folks' biases. And the thing is, if you think you can't be swayed by bias, then you're exactly the type of person to fall for it. Ground News counters that by gathering all the world's news in one place so you can compare coverage. No television here. You get to see the entire picture and actually be informed. Like with the crocodile story. Here you can see it was covered by a modest 13 sources, and in terms of bias towards one side, there isn't really a whole lot to go off of. But here you can see none of the sources were marked as highly factual. In fact, the majority were quite the opposite. So you see, it's a quick way to know what's what without having a know-it-all and a backwards baseball cap tell it to you. Another recent major event with the LA wildfires and with Ground News, you can see it was reported by 214 sources. And in terms of bias, it broke pretty much even down the middle. But with bias comparison, you can see that left-leaning literature focused on it being possibly the most costly natural disaster in U.S. history. And right headlines, they focus more on the long-term ramifications for people and businesses and what it could mean for different sides of the socioeconomic spectrum. And with the blind spot feature, you can see news that one site may not have reported at all. As a member of the Chronically Online, it's a pretty cool tool for me to have, and if you're watching this, you probably are too. So if you use my link, you'll get 40% off the same top tier, less than $5 a month Vantage plan I'm using. Make sure you go to groundnews.com/casualgeo or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe. But until you do, I'll just tell you, they're not pretending to drown. They're smart, they're not that smart. Like I said, these stories only get airtime when people think a wild predator has the same thought process as a person. That's exactly how you get this. You know, to this day, I don't know where this came from. We're talking about otters. They're not exactly the emblem of empathy. Male sea otters will literally kidnap a pup while their mom's out hunting and hold it hostage until she gives up the groceries. Otters don't mercy farm. You know, if nature taught us anything, it's that a family affair is more likely to throw its child into the abyss than ever try something like this. I mean, just imagine a sea otter trying to emotionally guilt trip a giant apex dolphin. That's another thing. Everyone calls them killer whales, but orcas are bully dolphins on steroids, whose original handle was whale killer. Yeah, you probably heard me say this many times. Well, I was wrong, technically. Let me explain. But it will get complicated, so I'm gonna need you to lock in. After this ad, of course. So cetaceans are basically mammals that stole the fish's entire flow, not from fusing or merging, but from the evolution that's converging. There's two types of cetaceans, baleen whales, you know, toothbrush bristles for teeth type, and toothed whales, for obvious reasons. Okay, now here's where it gets complicated. The toothed whale family reunion is massive. You got everything from your flipper paralysis demon, the false killer whale, to the virtually extinct vaquita. There's 10 families of toothed whales, and within these 10, there's a superfamily with 6 of them called Delphinoidea. Superfamily Delphinoidea is where you have your oceanic dolphins, porpoises, along with narwhals and belugas because they're related for some reason. Cue the Norluga. Also, notice I said oceanic dolphins. The dolphins that live in rivers are in a completely different party. But anyway, superfamily Delphinoidea is where you find the dolphins that, let's be real, are the ones you think of when you hear the word dolphin. And the biggest type of ocean dolphin is the one that can slap boxes sealed into orbit. So to recap, any mammal that looks like this is a cetacean. Every cetacean with teeth is a toothed whale. A dolphin in the ocean is a toothed whale in the Delphinoidea family. And the biggest member of Delphinoidea is an orca. So long story short, killer whales are dolphins. Every dolphin is a toothed whale, but not every toothed whale is a dolphin. But every toothed whale is a cetacean. It's kind of like how every tortoise is a turtle, but not every turtle is a tortoise. So to answer, are orcas whales or dolphins? Yes, they are. By the way, let me know if you want a full video on that, because that was probably mad confusing. confusing. Because being an animal nerd long enough is realizing names really don't mean a thing. Except here, Black Panther is not an animal. You might be tired of hearing it. Well, I'm tired of saying it. And when I say not an animal, I mean, if you go to a zoo and try to find the exhibit that says Black Panther, you won't find it. Because it's not even a name more than a description. It's a panther that's black. And remember, panther is just any cat in the Panthera genus. So any lion, tiger, jaguar, leopard, or snow leopard in black could be a black panther. But because the mutation that causes it is dominant in jaguars but recessive in leopards, most black panthers are just jaguars with 10% tint. But black panther itself isn't an actual animal. That'd be like if we called every black wolf, fox, or coyote a black canine, but then acted like black canine was its own thing. It's not real. And you know what else? Alpha wolves are not real. I swear to God. Actually, they are. They are real, but only when you put a bunch of wolves that don't know each other in a zoo and they have to figure out stuff on their own. That's actually what happened in the 1930s. Rudolf Schenkel studied wolves in a zoo, and after watching more fights in Face and telenovela, he just figured that wolves determine group politics by tearing each other apart. Biologist David Meck built off his work and came up with the term alpha wolf. What they didn't realize was that the wolves were fighting over resources, not rank, and by putting a bunch of randoms in one place, they basically created real house wolves in Switzerland. In real life, the wolf pack is usually just two parents and a bunch of their kids. What folks kept calling the alpha wolf the whole time was just their father. Now, because I've done this before, I know someone's going to comment, well, if they're the lead wolf, they're still the alpha. The problem is, the whole alpha thing implies that the lead wolves got there by beating the others like a Cherokee drum. Really, it's just seniority. Also, another thing I never thought about until right now is once the kids get to about 1 or 2 years old, they dip and try to form their own pack. In a zoo, you often get the same adult wolves around each other constantly, and like any reality show, eventually that leads to tension that wouldn't be there in a normal pack. So normally, you wouldn't see any alpha wolves in the wild, and the same guy that came up with that would spend the rest of his career trying to take it back. And just as a final middle finger to anyone that still wants to argue, when the term alpha male was first used academically in 1921, it was by zoologist Dorleif Sheldrip Ebbe, and he was referring to, I'm not even kidding, he was talking about the hierarchy where lower status poultry will get pecked on by higher ranks. That's literally where pecking order came from. So the next time a man tries you with that alpha male just know he's taking cues from a temperamental chicken. Also, chickens are confirmed psychopaths. If one chicken starts bleeding, the whole flock will jump in and peck it to death. I think the worst thing is that people took the alpha dog thing and got convinced that's how you make your actual dog respect you. Cesar Millan has done an absolute masterclass of misinformation on the dog community. You really got folks thinking you gotta flex on an 80-pound pit bull to keep him in line. Imagine trying to play alpha with Cujo on creatine. We've gotten a lot wrong about dogs. Probably the worst thing, that a tail wagging means happy. That fact alone has probably gotten more people bit than anything. Basically, a tail wag means excitement. Excitement can mean seeing their person come home, or it can mean fear, anxiety, or the last warning before they put a canine-sized hole in your hand. And the faster the tail, the more excited Fido is. The question is, what kind? Well, science says a tail favoring the right means the vibes are good, but a tail leading left could mean stress, so best to be left. Alone, that is a lot more complicated than I just made it sound, but long story short, a tail wag is like a smile. A smile can mean someone's happy to see you, or might even think you're cute, or that waitress is just doing her job and doesn't want to get hit on at work. Long story short, if you expect your dog to learn how to parlay people, then the least you can do is talk tail. Oh, another dog thing that's been bothering me for years is that Chihuahuas are the spawn of Shake Dawn. Now, I get the little dog thing. I've been personally victimized by many an ankle biter, but with dogs, there's usually a why. You just gotta look deep enough. Huskies are known for being donkey stubborn toddlers on four.
Come inside.
But Huskies were also bred as sled dogs, and not only would they have to be independent and make decisions in a dangerous work environment, sometimes they'd have to be willing to go against orders if those orders went against their better judgment. It's actually called intelligent disobedience, and for football fans, it's basically an audible. It's pretty important, because, if Russell Wilson had it, maybe he would have ran the ball! Eagles are basically walking instruments, but they were bred to hunt rabbits in thick brush. In that same vein, keeping you up at 2 a.m., here's how they communicate with hunters. So why are Chihuahuas like that? I don't even think it's a Chihuahua thing, more than a little dog thing. But I have my theories. A lot of times, Chihuahuas don't get socialized with other dogs early on. So the first time they see a big dog, which like any dog to them is a big dog, it probably scares the daylights out of them. Also, I think a bigger thing is owners be letting a lot of bad habits slide just because they're travel size. So eventually it escalates. Let it be a Doberman and suddenly they'll know discipline. Actually, that's my biggest thing. A lot of owners won't correct bad behavior when it comes from a Chihuahua. In fact, I've seen a lot of y'all encourage it. I've always said if a Rottweiler acted like a Chihuahua for a day, he'd be dead by dinner. Also, often what looks like aggression might just be fear. And if your dog tells you he's afraid and you don't listen because you think it's cute, but that's how you end up with a dog version of Davey. Size might be part of it too, but it probably has less to do with it than people think. Long story short, if I see a kid walling in Walmart, I'm gonna look at the parents. And likewise, I'm gonna blame the dog owner before I blame the dog. Nope.
This President's Day, feel the freedom to style your space with modular sectionals starting at $699. Now at Ashley. Plus, pay over time with 0% interest for 60 months. Shop in-store or online. Only at Ashley.
And likewise, I'm gonna blame the dog owner before I blame the dog. No clever transition. Another thing I've heard is that male lions don't hunt, or better yet, that male lions are lazy. And I can tell you exactly where it came from. You see, lionesses use the power of friendship to run down prey in open areas. It's pretty hard to miss. Lions are bigger, bulkier, and with a whole afro equipped, they had to switch up the playbook. So instead, male lions ambush prey by camping out in dense brush. Research shows that male lions pack up prey as frequently as females. It's just that in the olden days, you'd probably never see it. Also, before male lions even get a pride, they're in their nomad arc. Well, they'd be lying on the ground permanently if they didn't hunt. Now, to be fair, male lions do stop hunting as much when they're in a pride, but not completely. They'll often get involved to bring down bigger, riskier prey like buffalo that lionesses might struggle with. Basically, they'll hunt down and the Maine mercenary delivers the. They do only get involved about 10% of the time, but it's not because they're lazy. They just have a different job description. Male lions patrol the pride lands, mark their territory, and as you know, they gotta run the ones with any outsider trying to take his place. What you might not realize is, as good at hunting lionesses are, in some studies they got up to half their kills stolen by hyenas, or even other males. Having a nearly 500-pound equalizer on their side helps them keep what they catch. It's not lazy, it's just that lions and lionesses help cover each other's weaknesses perfectly, and clearly it works. They're the most notorious and feared pack predators in Africa. Or maybe second. Because there's one predator that animals fear even more than Mufasa and friends. And you'll never get it. It's us. It's us. You might remember that an experiment showed that almost every animal, from giraffes to antelope, to even leopards and hyenas, were unanimously more afraid of the sound of humans than the cadence of a giant carnivorous cat. Which is how, to this day, I still don't understand how this went viral. Or at least I didn't. Because not only did I find out where it came from, I think I was wrong. Kind of. Technically. Let me explain. So, in 2017, college student Julia Haas posted a tweet saying elephants basically see us the same way we see puppies. Now, ignoring the part of the population that's terrified of dogs, the fact loses steam when you realize she got it from Tumblr. It's more likely that one of the smartest creatures alive see us as predators, but not their babies. Remember, it's proven that baby elephants that play the most grow up into more well-adjusted adults. It's why you'll see a baby-faced boulder chase around birds, dogs, and anything in between. So here's what I think happened. Baby elephants will treat humans like any other animal. Difference is, humans might be the only animal that'll see an 1,800-pound toddler barreling towards them and welcoming. In fact, the premature packeters probably realized that a hairless bipedal ape gives them the best response. So it's not really that elephants think we're cute, it's that baby elephants think everything's cute. Us included. And I bet that's where all the videos of 1 to 2-year-olds manhandling people came from. And I wouldn't even believe that if I didn't nearly become one of them. Yeah, I went all the way to Chiang Mai to get bullied by an elephant's child. And I do it again. I actually made a video where I talk about it, along with why playing with one can be a bad time for literally everyone involved. You might not have seen it because apparently the YouTube lords did not care for that video. Probably because I talked about certain topics. If you know, you know. But if you don't, definitely give it a watch. I don't usually plug after I post, but I'm proud of that one. But that's going to do it for this video. Make sure you drink water, hug your mother, touch grass. It's good for you. And I'm going to see y'all, hopefully in this one. But if not, I'm going to see y'all in the next one.
Emergency personnel that responded. It happened right on this end here. There was to jump out of the boat to get back in the truck. It just started coming. Oh, it's insurance fraud. He dumped it in the lake on purpose.
Yes, and hopefully I do see you in a couple of days. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Russ. Bye. Oh my God, guys. This is it. The original owner of my lake-flooded Silverado emailed me. We just spoke on the phone, and there is so much more to this story. Like the flood line that the insurance company drew down here, which is way off. As you can see from one of the pictures that Russ sent me, my Silverado is almost fully submerged in the lake. So this was a boat ramp accident, and it happened in November. I bought the truck in January for $6,500, and it was totally frozen. It had ice everywhere inside of the engine and the transmission was frozen too, but after thawing it out and spraying transmission oil and acetone in the engine, draining a crazy amount of lake water from everything, including the fuel tank, I replaced the cracked engine oil pan, a bunch of electronic components, and it started right up. Now it did have a misfire, which was just a plug wire, and a loud AC bearing, which I fixed for free with some grease. Now my Chevy Silverado doesn't look like a whole lot right now. The interior is completely disassembled, but all of that is about to change, and I'm pretty sure I have all of the remaining parts to get this Silverado back on the road. A lot of cheap used parts and some really expensive new parts from the dealer. And so my goal for this video is to drive the Silverado for the first time since its unfortunate accident with a lake, and I want to see if we can drive this thing all the way back to Wisconsin to that very boat ramp. And I will be breaking down all of the costs associated with this rebuild. Was it even a good deal? You guys are going to find out in this video. So with that, let's get to work. Let's get my Chevy back on the road. Where I want to start off is getting screens to come back to life. So if you guys remember in a previous video, this screen on our used cluster did work, and then it just never worked again. It stopped working, and I can't get it to turn back on. I do have a brand new cluster from the dealer. It was $300, which isn't too bad. So we might have to put that in, but I want to try and revive this because I can still return that cluster if we don't code it. Also, this radio screen doesn't work either. Now, what I'm hoping for is that these two modules will fix everything, and I did have to get these new from the dealer. You can't get used ones. So this is the telematics control module, and this is the HMI, the human machine interface. Now at first I thought that module had to do with robots becoming self-aware and integrating with humans, but that module has everything to do with screens working, touch screens. Ours doesn't work, so let's replace that guy. If you guys saw me taking apart the other control modules, they're in pretty rough shape. This one was no different. And just look at the corrosion even on the connectors. Here we go. We're programming the HMI. These say ECU for pretty much all of them, but we're doing HMI. We just finished programming. Check this out. We have a screen. It's static. Oh yeah, lots and lots of static. But we have a screen. That's crazy. We still don't have this screen. I don't know what's going on still with that. But hang on, let's see. Hey, look at that. No way. Oh, we just have that. Let's see. Everyone from Chicago's gonna know. Let's go. I play this, guys. It's copyrighted music, but it works. Wow, this is so cool, guys. Let's just Abby? Okay, we have no GPS. That's fine. I have an antenna disconnected. All right, guys. This is really neat. Media. Okay, Bluetooth, everything. There's our CD player behind it. It doesn't have a CD. This is our new one that we put in, but it tried to eject, so that's cool. Did we lose everything? Did I lose it? Oh, okay. It blanks out. How do we eject? Ah, there we go. Okay, it's back. Okay. You know what I haven't tried doing because I just assumed it was totally shorted out? Would be plugging in the old screen. Let's see what happens. Here's our huge screen. She's fried. The old screen is fried. I have an awesome subscriber named Jose with GM Dealer Tech, and he hooked us up with some really awesome information that sometimes you need to update the software, and you do it through a USB drive. Literally stick it in here, and so we had to put the center console back in. Stick it in there. You can only do this with a working screen, so now that we have that, something should pop up. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Update. Sweet. This is great. And as this brings back our cluster and actually shows the 55,000 miles, I can return the one from the dealer and get my $300 back. It'd be so cool. We are all done with the update via the USB, and check this out. Our used cluster has its screen back. Originally, when we got this used cluster for like $50, we did get that screen to work, but it's 143,000 miles or whatever it came out of. Then it just stopped working out of nowhere for like many days, and now we just got it back with the update. Let's see the miles. So obviously we have a lot of lights on, but dismiss. Okay. Let me get the miles on this thing. Oh! It's got the right miles! No way! 55,225! That's what this truck actually has, and we programmed the new body control module with the mileage. That was like the only thing asking us for mileage, and that programmed the cluster as well. And went into cluster, it said the right mileage, but the screen wasn't working. Now the screen's working, we can return the $330 cluster that we bought from the dealer. I really thought I was gonna need this, so I just went ahead and ordered it, and it says, do not open. If you open it, you can't return it, but we didn't open it, so we can return it. You know, we gotta start this thing up. Oh yeah, look at that. All the gauges work, running perfect. We do have a check engine light on, so I'll have to figure that out. We'll have to reset the oil light, and we have 188 miles of range. I don't know how accurate that is considering we have a quarter tank. These things get really good mileage, I doubt it. It was reset, it's saying 28 mpg average, no way. Woo! She's running good, she's running good. All right, cool, let's keep going. Something that's gonna take me forever, but I think is gonna be important with the electronics in this truck. Would be taking apart lots of switches and cleaning them. So this is for the trailer brakes. You can see there's some corrosion there, but it's not too bad. Normally I use electronic contact cleaner for stuff like this, which I will be using as a rinse, but I found that this works really well too as far as getting like a deeper clean. So we're just gonna spray a little bit right on the board. You see it kind of bubbling up there, and just use a nylon bristle brush, metal here, and we're just gonna go around gently clean up this board. Pop it out as well. Everything looks pretty good on here as far as the pins, and we use this as a rinse. There we are. And I'd say our trailer brake is going to work just fine. That looks perfect. So now I'm going to dry this off. We're going to reapply this because this seals and protects as well. So we'll just give it a light kind of coating like that. A little bit on the back, and now we can reassemble our trailer brake. Now, along with cleaning out all of the switches I can get to, I am going to attack all of the electrical connectors as well, and there are lots of them plug into, well, everything here. They look pretty decent, but I'm gonna hit each and every one of them. So you can see the corrosion buildup. So we're gonna let this D5 deoxit sit in here for about a minute, bubble up, do its thing, brush its teeth as well. A little rinse, a little air, and then a light spray to protect the pins. That probably 50 more times, but I think it'll be well worth it in the end. It'll take me a couple hours, but I don't want to deal with problems later. There's already a chance of many electrical gremlins, so let's eliminate as many as possible. I also ordered a bunch of fuse boxes. There's 3 of them on this truck, and they're really cheap, so this was $30 for this whole thing. You guys remember we did have a lot of rust on some of these relays. I do believe that is working right now, but I don't trust it. $30, why not? So I removed its power supply and this plug, and these are really easy. Just do that. These, it comes right out. It's pretty awesome. These pins thankfully look great, but you know what we gotta do? Clean them up. Definitely have the battery disconnected with this. Oh man, this thing's complete with the nut on there and everything. Can't beat it. Here's our new part going in. Sweet. Yes, all the fuses, relays were identical. We're good. Good. Just like my front boots after almost 1 year of use. Like, I wear these bad boys like 50 hours a week in the shop. I pick up auction cars, go on crazy car adventures. Basically everything I do outside of date night with my wife, I wear my fronts. So these are the next gen RN boots. So they're waterproof, oil resistant, slip resistant, non-marring, and I went with the composite toe, which is like a steel toe but much lighter, and it doesn't get super cold in the winter. The next gen boots are super comfy right outside of the box. They use a Texas steer leather. The stitching looks absolutely perfect, and their outsoles are heat resistant up to 572 degrees. These boots also clean up really easily. Here are Max's boots after 1 year of use and a little bit of leather cleaner. If you guys use your boots for serious work, then you'll appreciate this, but look at the boot up close. None of the stitching has come up, and these are seriously worst case scenario. Look at the soles. The soles are even in excellent condition. Cheap ones that I buy would always wear out. It'd be like a slick at the bottom. Guys who use their work boots definitely know. These boots are also electric hazard rating, and they have a 30-day free trial. So if you don't like them for any reason, you can send them back, and they'll even pay the shipping. And the best part is, if you guys click on my link down below and use code LEGISTRY10, that's going to save you $10 off your own pair of front boots. So take advantage of the deal. Click on the link. Now back to Silverado. I'll put the switches back in, and now we can adjust the trailer brake gain. Awesome. What I'm really interested in seeing is behind the airbag. Alright, so there's a couple clips I had to get from the inside. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Obviously, corrosion going on in here. Alright, we'll pop up these little plugs. And obviously the battery's disconnected. Let's get the steering wheel off.
That picture.
So sharp.
98 cents. That's why I installed it.
This must be the place to watch Super Bowl 59.
Are those my lucky cleats?
What if you could elevate?
Alright. Goes off. Here's what I'm going after. Here, so this is going to make all of the electrical connections in the steering wheel. It's kind of like a gyro. You guys ever had a BMX bike back in the day where you could spin the handlebars over and over and over again? It's kind of like that. It's got a ribbon inside so you can turn the wheel lock to lock and still have an electrical connection. So the clock spring is pretty important, but they use a grease inside of here and it's very well sealed. So I just popped this cover off partially. I don't want to take it all the way off because this is wound up, but you can see inside of there the ribbon is perfect and you can see the grease is still all the way around. Snap this back together. Cool. And all the connectors are in really good condition as well. So something you guys may be wondering is what do we do with all of the airbags in a flood car? Well, technically, all of the airbags should be replaced. You're not going to find any answer other than that if you Google it. But I would take this case by case because looking at the airbag material, it looks fine. And we can see all of them. They look absolutely perfect. Here's another one. The airbag system is also very sensitive to resistance. So if there is an issue with one of the bags or the circuit, it'll definitely throw a code. So at this point, I'm going to reassemble. We'll scan for codes and kind of go from there. I thought I had everything working in the interior, but these climate control buttons, they just don't light up or work at all. A lot of times the module for the climate control is part of the push button assembly, but not on my Silverado. Here is the control unit. It was buried deep in the dash. We can't communicate with it. It's in pretty rough shape, but I'm going to give it a whirl. Resurrected modules before. Let's do it. I've never had this before, so this is kind of a new weapon in my arsenal of electronic fixing. Here's the other side. Never mind. This thing is literally falling apart and it just popped off. And just notice this rust here, it's gone all the way through the board. I gotta say, the BMW Alpinas, those modules, they were more robust, you know, like everything else in the BMW falls apart, but the circuit boards. The steering wheel is going back on. This is keywayed. So it's on one way. Let's see. Our steering wheel nut on the Loctite. And clean up all of these connectors. Looking good. And now we have our airbag connectors. Again, make sure your batteries is connected for this part. And this just has clips, so we'll just snap in. Back. Now with the steering wheel all back together, I just replaced this antenna splitter module. It's right in there. It was like $15, but I also had to replace the harness. It broke off, and it goes to the HMI module. So here is our new harness. It's running all the way through the dash, and the harness was $8, so I had like $25-ish into replacing that. It had corroded from the rust, and that water line I think was probably right there.
Where you
at the top
going?
of
I'm
the
going
dash,
to
so I got a
Idaho.
little bit more oxygen.
I'm
and everything
delivering
else.
potatoes.
I don't know, but it's a GM, and it was cheap. And you know what else is cheap?
Potatoes from
Actually
Maine
not
going to
bad, but
Idaho.
I'll
So
do it
your
later, the
Idaho
blower
potatoes
board.
might
So
actually
this has
be
control
Maine
units, not
potatoes.
just a simple resistor anymore. And you can see here it's
From
pretty
McCain.
rusted. So I got a new one for $115 the entire assembly. And right now, with everything taken apart, it's super easy to replace. So it goes in there with 3 screws. All right, we got 3 T20s going in. You know the deal, we're right here. Spray some of this in there, let it soak. Pulled a bunch of other connectors in the area. They're all getting clean. Just keep it nice. Got it here too. I think it's little stuff like this that's going to make the difference in this flood rebuild. There's a lot of flood cars that probably get pushed to auction, and they just don't spend the time where maybe it could be a good car. You just got to give it a chance. Our HVAC doesn't work yet because I'm waiting on the new control unit that's coming in a couple hours. So we've got a door panels. This driver window is working. This one is not. You can hear it clicking though. And we did jump this motor and it did work. So I don't know. Yeah, passenger doesn't work either. This one works. Okay, 2 out of 4, not bad. We're gonna connect power to this motor.
Welcome back, Jack.
Oh yeah. Haha. She's fast too. Jeez, these little batteries are awesome. Oh man. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, we fixed it. Cool. I'll run this back a few times, really clean up that motor. You guys are wondering how long stuff like this is gonna last. I don't know. We're gonna find out though.
I guess I gotta work on the audio, huh?
We're gonna plug this in for the real test, and I just want to show you how many wires go into a door panel on a modern vehicle. Even more power on the ground. 40 wires go into this connection. It's crazy. How do they expect you to fix one of these things after it goes in a lake, you know? Jeez. Door panel going out. Let's see if it works. Oh. Yeah. Woo! Fixed another one. Aha! Sweet. I think at this point, while we wait for that HVAC control unit, let's do some interior modification. Well, our interior mod has to do with dyno matting the entire floor, but listen to this. Oh, wait, that's not the speaker. I heard this weird noise. That's the window switch. The window switch is freaking out. I gotta get to this. This could catch on fire. Great. Oh, I gotta get to this quick. What are you doing, window switch? Check this out. I found a new one for $9.49. Does that mean that thing was like $4.49 like 5 years ago? Probably. You guys have seen me use this stuff before, but you can do an entire car for about 40 bucks. I'll leave a link down below. I just get this off of Amazon, and you see it's got a sticky back here. There's a little bit of sound bending from the factory, but you know, this is just bare. It can be kind of nice, so we're just gonna do that. Around with your knees, and that's it. Do that to the entire interior, and then put the carpet on. It's going to give us a much nicer, quieter ride. Our Silverado is going to be kind of like if they had kept the Cadillac version of the pickup truck. Remember those, like the Avalanche version? It's going to be like that. It's going to be super quiet in here. Then you can hear all of the electrical gremlins freaking out. That's my test right there. It works. Seriously, I did this to my DeLorean, which is not a very well-built vehicle, and driving that thing down the road now, it's super quiet. It just makes it feel like nicer, like just a better quality car. We're getting there. Passenger side is almost done, and the stuff is really easy to cut around studs like that. I even ran it up in here too as well. So here's some of the studs for the back seat. I just took the nuts off, and we can overlap it just a little like that. Tuck it in, and we'll smoke right through. Here's the other one. It conforms beautifully. Look at that. Sweet. I'm going to town. I think I'm going to use the whole box. Quite a Silverado in the world. So here's the rest, and I think we're going to have enough. This is going to add about 30 pounds to the Silverado. Whenever I dyno my car,
I'm listening to TV.
Weight to your car or truck. Who cares? All right. I even put some of this in my GTR. I'm going to raise the boost by like a quarter PSI and make up for it. It's, man, wait till you see that one. The carpet on the GTR is like this thin because it's basically, you know, got Nissan Altima interior stuff. But yeah, I think this is going to help that car a lot. We are all done. I used the entire box, which is total overkill. You can actually cut this up into little squares and just put them all over the place. Basically, if you don't have an area covered, if there is a piece right next to it, it's going to absorb that noise. So you don't need to go this far. But when a truck is good to you by running, you know, and not having a blown engine, you got to be good to it. I don't know why I'm saying this, but I think we're down to the last two control modules that we need to install and program. This is the new one for the HVAC from the dealership, and this is it. This is a $40 used SRS control unit, even though ours is fine. I'm going to see if we can just coat that in there just in case, but not honestly anything to see here. This thing like literally goes all the way back here. So get that plugged in. So like you guys saw me do before, we had the SPS2 program for
it is a good life.
For 2 years.
It's nice and peace and quiet in here.
The programming that. I'll leave you guys a link. I'm not sponsored at all. Like I just went online,
no
paid
nagging.
$45, and now this event is unlocked for 2 years. So you know that's one
Every
of those
once in a
right
while,
to repair things. GM probably want to do that.
Bring the
They were
woman
forced
for the
to, so
ride.
that you could fix your own car at home for the most part. This won't do everything, but it's been doing a lot. While those modules are programming, let's reassemble. Here's our amp and our rear electric motor for the window. So we're going to have an electric motor back here. That's such a cool pickup truck thing to be able to do. And now they actually have this pretty well noise insulated between the cab and the bed. You can get a lot of noise actually. So they can do this thick thing to put over this window.
No.
Hey husbands, Valentine's Day is coming, and if you found the love of your life, get out of this. Let's put over it. Yeah, looking good, looking good. Sign up our seatbelt here. Oh, this is what I'm saying here. Just like factory people. Before I get to cleaning this entire interior, we have to double check all the motors. There's so many for the seats. So the battery connected. Oh, she's sparking. It's probably locked up. Let's reverse the old polarity. Yeah, when it's sparking at the battery like that, I think it's locked. It's a motor. Just like a starter. With some love taps. Oh! Yeah! Okay, it's not fully bolted in. But it's working. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can totally revive motors like this. Obviously it had a little bit of rust in there, loosen it up, but we'll work it back and forth. It'll really be okay. If not, it's a cheap motor we can swap, obviously. Now the carpets from the truck didn't look all that bad. Let them dry and give a quick vac. Just this one. It is
In the wintertime, you go to the mountains and it's you can do the whole loop across the country in one big circle.
Dry with our microfiber. And if you guys are worried about using water on your leather, this truck was fully submerged in a lake for like 45 minutes and then froze. And it's a GM, so all you people saying the quality of GM interiors is lacking. Here's the quality of that interior. There you go. It's looking pretty good to me. It can be really hard to clean these perforated seats, but look at this. This had mold all over it. It looked so bad before, and now it's looking pretty good. The passenger seat is all cleaned up and disinfected, and the final step will be a little bit of leather conditioner. We'll just spray it over there. Go right on. Absorb into leather, or probably artificial leather. Like now, I can't wait for Russ to take a seat. We're definitely taking a ride. Actually, I got one direct things. I'm gonna clean this and the rest of them. We go down seats. I was going around ins and out this passenger seat, and I see this tube here, and I'm like, oh man, that thing's filled with water. I gotta like drain that. And I ran the part number on the sensor. That's actually a fluid-filled seat occupancy sensor. So it's supposed to have a fluid in there. It's not water. It's got to have some kind of antifreeze, type of fluid inside of it so it doesn't freeze. But yeah, when you sit down in the passenger seat, there's a ladder inside, and it pushes the fluid into that sensor to tell the airbag system that someone is sitting there. So don't drain your tube. It's supposed to be that way. This side of the carpet, and then these beautiful seats. Here is the bottom or the rear. So these were pretty nasty, and honestly, you cannot tell that these are brand new seats. The rears were probably never sat. They are perfect. The fronts ain't looking too bad either. Anyway, super carpet over there. Yes, we're starting with the rear, and the seats, the interior. Let's go back. Everything's all brand. Oh yeah, just taking off like a jet. Let's switch. Yeah, no, it's switched out. Oh yeah, got on the foot too. Sweet. And we got our blend door working. Perfect. So we're switching right now to heat. And okay, cool. That's nice. It still doesn't turn red. This has to turn red, right? When you get the hot Silverado Sierra, guys, that turns red, right? This is crazy.
I think England's the size of New Jersey.
It all works. Everything switches. You can see it.
Maybe a little bigger.
The only one that doesn't work. Rear defrost. We got nothing. Giant volume. We gotta turn this down. So
That's what's up. You get to see me from across the pond.
That is loud. Okay, you're going all the way down like that. I mean, everything is working.
I got a new friend from across the pond. That's what's up.
Turn me on. Remote window operation. Yeah, we went
Do you guys watch the Super Bowl over there too?
As well. We have crunchers.
I know you guys are big on the soccer. Do you guys watch American
Get the
football?
red. I knew it. Alright, is this working? It's weird. Defrost's working. Okay, so we'll figure out. But yeah, look on, this is showing blue and red just at all times. Does it not go red when you get to a certain point? I have no idea. I got no. Let me know in the comments. I still can't believe they gave us this crusty one, but that's the buttons. No one's stuck. Someone spilled something. Whatever, that works. This is kind of heavy. I had to take the long way around.
Yeah.
We're pickup truck people now. Before the front carpet goes in, it's time for our ram air induction.
My brother's in California. He's in San Diego.
The back passengers. So that they
I
can
love California. It's beautiful.
It's front carpet time. It's front carpet time. Here we go. This is a very satisfying part of the project, I must say. It all comes together. Next, we have our Bose subwoofer to reinstall in the boxes. It water course on the speaker itself. Looks great. I think it's going to work. We're going to find out Bose so in. Alright, so not making any weird noises yet. Can't do copyrighted music, but this definitely works. It sounds great, honestly. For having such a small sub, if there's anywhere it can't work, the driver is possible. Good job, Gina. Center. Going in. Lots of connectors. Lots of connectors going on here, that's for sure. Of course, these are all cleaned up as well. Good. Zen. Now this second, I'll tell you that. A lot of stuff plugging into this center console here. Car again. This is awesome. I'm about to go back together with our cup holders. There's still lake water in here. It is a nice, beautiful, sunny day, so all the ice is gone. It's been gone for a while now. Pour this out right there. Memory. Going out for my lake homies. A really cool feature, you can take this and swap it. And swap it in this position, just in case you like your drink here and you like to store more stuff in here. Silverado, just they thought about it. Now you can dunk them in lakes. Cup holders. Perfect. Next we have one of two glove boxes. That's right. We got two. Perfect. More screws. And we have a lower. That. And we have truck camper lower information. Instruction not used to carry a slide-in camper for you. And cluster is all bolted in. Now we just have this totally real leather cover. This is done too. And just want to be all over this thing. Seat time, people, front seat time. They've definitely gotten lighter. You know, now that the water's out of them, maybe I'm stronger. One of the two is the water. So, look at the water. Okay. Always be careful with the dash. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, God, mercy. When you're installing seats, it's really best to just let the rest. I did that when you got me for some reason. Yeah. So these.
No, I didn't even notice they had a zoom.
Look, they're just holding the water
Check
right in the
that
water.
out.
Just look at what this thing. Driver's seat is in. They have this going on. Don't have this one, so that's kind of important. I've taken the seat back out. It's pretty cool stuff. But here is the motor for the recline, and then this is one of the cooled seat motors, and it has like a little air filter here, and then here's that gel bladder for the occupancy sensor. Pretty neat. But we can also see the airbags and everything. Hey, everything looks great, guys. Like, seriously, it looks so good. Oh, look at the lumbar. That's how it works. This cable will push on your back. That's neat. Yeah, this motor's not working. We're going to have to shock it back to life. Let's get some 18 volts. Oh yeah. It worked. Good for a minute. Reverse the polarity. Yeah. Go back. Perfect. We shocked it. Give me 18, just like you wanted. Guys, I think that's officially fixed for electrical motors that have been underwater. Don't give them 12 volts or 14 when the truck's running. Give them 18. It's like Frankenstein. You're just bringing them back. Cleaner motor connectors. Let's plug this in. Nice. Yeah. All right, here we go. Oh yeah. Super quiet too. Perfect. Man, we're in business, guys. It's beautiful. We're getting there, guys. I think we're going to go for a little test-mated voyage run. We're driving this thing all the way to Wisconsin, but I don't even know if the transmission is good. So before we fully assemble everything, we're waiting on little parts, and our headrests are drying. Well, let's swap out the old Rural King and go for a ride. This is the battery on it type. I thought it was a goner, but it has saved us. This whole time we've been using this, but I don't trust it. Gotta get the right one in. Honestly, the right size battery is like about the same size as the old Rural King, but it's got a handle. It's so nice. Battery's done. Let's get our little subframe connector in. I already bolted that one in. This trucks fall apart without these underhood subframe connectors. I'm just kidding. I don't think they do anything. Alright, for now, everything is done under the hood. And wow, this didn't shut before because it was frozen, and now it shuts. Sweet, final pieces to this interior. We just have to screw this in. Alright, plug in our heated, cooled seat switches. Don't know if these work just yet. Oh, this stuff is really easy to take apart. Wow, this is my truck. This is so cool. Outside of a little bit more cleaning, we are all set. We do need the headrest, obviously. They are still wet. Wow, this is all mine. My Chevy Silverado, L2Z, specifically one. Also, got lots of letters and numbers. Alright, if you guys watched the last video, you know we found a Cars CD in the old CD player. Now we have a new CD player, and it works. So let's see what happens. I want the Cars! Good time roll. It works! I wish there was no such thing as copyright. This totally works. It starts out with that's so cool. I will be listening to this all the way up to Wisconsin, and I'm handing this over to Russ, and he's got a 2024 Silverado car. I think that as a CD player. Stop it, lady. Okay. But if Russ does have a way of playing this, if we get to it, I'll take it back. Put the interior all back together on the Silverado and drive run this ozone machine, and this is going to kill any kind of mold or germs or anything for this little drive. We just got to take off these biohazards. It's pretty much the last thing. And man, fingers crossed that this transmission shifts. That's all I got to say. I do think if it does shift, I'm going to go ahead and flush it. Still do the engine oil flush as well, but for a ride one step at a time. For the first drive, we're definitely bringing our computer, taking this one step further. We have an engine wiring diagram, our multimeter, our breakout docs. Because as much as I'm nervous about the transmission not shifting, I'm also nervous about electrical stuff. Oh, this is the whole Chevy thing in there too. I love that. It starts right up. Alright, here's what we're at for lights. Four-wheel drive service, trailer brake. And we got a check engine light on for some reason, but it's running good. Great. Okay. I don't know if those engine hours are accurate. This thing has a timer. Trans fluid temp. That's awesome. Trailer brake. No way. It's got an off-road. I think this is for the tilt and the off. So this should move. Oh, this is awesome. This truck keeps getting better. Oh, it shows steering degree. Look at this. Oh, so cool. Here we go, people. First drive. It's running good. We'll worry about that check engine light. Maybe later. I don't know. I just want to drive right now. Oh, this thing is huge. I need a bigger shop. Alright, so we're going forward. That works. Here's reverse. And we have a backup camera. Pretty good one, too. I like it. I can't believe I'm driving this thing. This is insane. It was fully submerged. Alright, let's just see if it shifts. Come on, baby. Oh, we're into 2. Come on. That's 3. It's a 6-speed, come on. Where's 4?
Planning to move? Join the 6 million families who discovered a smarter, more flexible way to move with pods. Save up to 20% now for a limited time. Whether you're moving...
Yeah, that's 4. Cool. And that's 5. And I think it did 6. I pulled over to scan for codes. This is the new one. Intake air temp not plausible. That means there's more than one intake air temperature sensor. That's weird. We're in actual values. There are 2 sensors apparently, and they are reading way, way differently. This mass airflow sensor was definitely suspect for sure. That's not going to cause it to burn bad, but I think we can just replace this on the road. Let's go going. We are about to get on the highway. Go to the auto parts store. Feels great. Trans is just mint. Okay. We're at 55 miles an hour. That is the legal speed limit, so we won't go any faster than 55. The entire time. I totally will not test this to roughly 80 miles an hour. No, I won't. Look at that. That's one of those Shelby F-150s. Man, if I had a blower on this thing, I'd be hunting them down at 55 miles an hour. Seriously, guys, this thing is perfect. It rides like a brand new truck. Look at this. Even the alignment is just spot on. We're on Cutwell. Okay, that guy's about to hit me, so I won't do an alignment test just yet. But anyway, the alignment's perfect. It's even showing like 33 PSI in each tire. They're not leaking. It's great. I don't know, guys. This should probably be my daily driver. Oh, this is something I really wanted to double check, and that is the transmission fluid temperature 153. So originally these have a thermostat, and they run at like 200 degrees, but there was an update. I did this on my wife's Escalade, and it brings it down to run around 150, 160 life. I mean, it was a GM bulletin, so we'll double check. The new part looks a little different. We go back in the air because when we get back, I definitely want to change the oil because we put a flush in there, and then do another transmission flush because it's working so well. I want to be nice to it, but I think we're good. I don't think I need to buy that $100 thermostat. Well, with the check engine light, it still goes into 4-cylinder mode. See that? It says V4, and then I'll give it a little gas. It'll switch to V8. So it definitely still has active fuel management enabled, which is something I'm going to disable because it's very problematic. If you don't have a lift or tick, if your engine's running, I highly recommend you disable it. You will lose, I don't know, like 1 or 2 mpg on the highway, something like that. But it can cost you like $5-6 grand if you don't do the work yourself. You know, you might wipe out the whole cam. It's not worth it in my opinion. But also do whatever the EPA tells you to do. On the way to the auto parts store, I stopped by the shop. We grabbed our T15s. We just swapped this out right here in the parking lot. This thing looked very suspect from the get-go. Yeah, and I cleaned it, but you can see the corrosion in there. And yeah, there are multiple intake air sensors in there, and they just check against each other. That's really weird. Like, it's not that important, you know, to have 2 sensors. And then one fails, and you gotta replace it. So, I don't know. We'll replace this like 2 seconds. Click, click. Alright, parking lot repair. Heaters. No codes. There's our live data. 41 degrees intake air, and then okay for the second one. Oh, okay. That's weird. Little gas here. Trailer brake system. 4-wheel drive. No check engine though. I let it run for a few minutes, and now these temperatures are way closer to each other. I looked it up, and they're usually 5 to 10 away from each other for whatever reason, but that's okay. All right, I think that's fixed. Let's go back to the shop. We have to change some oil and some trans fluid, and yeah, keep going. We got more lights to fix. Made it. C71. We're back at the shop, and you know something I love about this pickup truck is all the room that I have underneath the back seat, even when it's in use. So now I can store my Fantic tire inflator. I have a jumper in there as well. And guys, I can't tell you how many times the Fantic X8 Apex has saved me on the road. This makes the difference between needing to call a tow truck and just moving on with your trip. This is a portable tire inflator, so it's battery powered, and it'll inflate your tires in no time, no matter what you drive. It even works on ATV tires, bike tires, and even balls. It also has a super bright LED. Anyway, Fantic is having a very limited time at sale, so I'm going to drop you an Amazon link down below, and you'll get this thing right away. It's phenomenal. Let's take a look at this oil. There we go. Bam. Oh yeah, it looks beautiful. Now I love doing engine flushes. They're just cleaning everything out, and the inside of the crank case is going perfect. This stuff is great. I used this on my DeLorean that sat for like 32 years, and the oil was just black. It was nasty. Cleaned it right out. It was kind of like doing a colonoscopy, you know, but for your engine, and not that painful. I don't know anything about this. I hear oil filter coming down too. Ooh, it is hot. Okay. Alright, it's good to warm up your engine when you change your oil, but maybe wait like, you know, 15 minutes. But speaking of changing really hot fluids, we're going to change the transmission fluid too. I probably don't need to, but this thing's been so good to me so far. Let's just flush it out, make sure 100% there's no water in there. And here's the transmission thermostat I was talking about. I do believe this is the updated one based on the temperatures that we're seeing. And the older one, I guess, was more square design. And it's a full trans service at the dealer like 4,000 miles before the whole, you know, accident. So they probably did that at the same time. Here we go again. I should have jetted some kind of drain or got a pan with the drain. I think this is too thin to drill one in. No one. I don't know. Hopefully this is the last trans service I have to do for like, you know, 40,000 to 50,000 miles. Alright, the next guy. Deal with this. Definitely gonna drive for a while. I say that before it's left us stranded going all the way up to Wisconsin. We'll see how that goes first. Oh, and if you guys are curious, Ross did get a new Chevy Silverado. He was paid out $29,500 by the insurance company for this one, and then with fees, I got it for $6,500. So if it makes it there, guys, I'm gonna add this on at the end of this video. I think we're way below that, like under 10 for sure. Getting smarter here. Last time this thing just fell out. Alright, leaving 2 in. Well, they just drain it out slow. I've learned from the past mistakes. It's all about right. Pump this out, guys. Just go super clean with it. I think we need to do another flush. See if we get. Yeah, we're right at the bottom right now. This is where all the water would be. There's this trans is great. Look at that. I'll still back together, people. Fan service is done. We'll fill up some fluids. And we're gonna whittle down some more lights on the dash. I want to go to Wisconsin, meet up with Russ with like literally perfect vehicle. With the same stuff with my wife's Cadillac 8-speed, another problematic transmission, and this stuff works great. A lot of good reviews online from people switching to this and having good luck. So similar to the Escalade that calls for 0-20, so is this. I switched to 530. I think 0-20 is just too thin. And in talking with Justin over at Indiana Muscle Cars, a lot of these newer LT style engines, they do 530 as well. And I've been running the Escalade now for like 10,000 miles. I don't know. I like it. So we have that 4-wheel drive light on, and one thing I noticed on this is that there is a neutral position. It's really hard to see. There's both N in here, and that does not work. We did have some codes for the actual switch so that I can cause a 4-wheel drive light since this guy was in the water. I'm trying to replace it right now. If I can get these clips to breathe, got these clips to breathe. So we have a job right now. And I actually got a new one for like $30. So it's pretty awesome. Man. Just plug everything back in. And no screws or anything. This guy just flips right back just like that. Okay, I have to clear the code. Now let's see. Alright, so trailer brake. We're gonna get 4-wheel drive. I don't know. Maybe not. Dismiss. Oh, let's get this in the world. Put up auto. Shifting, we can hear it. We have to go to neutral if we want to shift into 4-wheel drive. Shift in progress. So 4-wheel drive worked for low. Another shift in progress. And stability track comes off. Traction control automatically comes off when you go into 4 low. Then it's super off-road mode. But let's just go back. We'll run auto. Traction's back on. Let's try neutral now. Yeah.
Imagine having access to the same plans thousands of woodworkers are raving about. Ted's 16,000 designs are super easy for simple tables, intricate shelves, without confusion. These plans take the frustration out of woodworking, no matter. Many people struggle with woodworking because most plans out there are incomplete or confusing. They leave out vital information and are too complex for beginners. Provide pictures that don't match the instructions. Ted, master woodworker with over 25 years of experience, saw these problems and created a solution. His plans are different. Clear step-by-step instruction, material lists, and detailed views from every angle, so you always know exactly what to do. Has now made these plans available to shifting, we don't have any errors for the 4-wheel drive. That is fantastic. So that's fixed with like a $30 switch. Check it out. No codes, transfer case control module. That would put it immediately before she's fixed. And the rest are back together and totally dry. These in, slide this in, our back seats in. You guys remember what the window switch sounded like? I got a new one. This was like $11 on Amazon. I ended up getting all of them just in case. Snap it in. I would have her switch it. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it works. Sweet. Fixed it. Alright. I wish it was this nice when I picked this truck up, but it's nice enough to wash it outside. We gotta do that, make it look pretty. Looks so good. The Jet Street cars for Canada time. This is how you get to know your vehicle. Wash your own car. It's fun. It's all washed up. It is rinse time. Gigantic dry towel time. Oh my gosh, yeah. Look how dry that gets in. I'm trying this thing off for just a couple minutes. Oh yeah, look at my Silverado. Oh, this is so nice. You're kidding me. Now we do have this crease right here we gotta fix, and some stuff here which we're gonna try and knock out before we head out to Wisconsin, and I'm gonna keep this on as long as it'll stay. But just about to get gas, and it's running right now. But I lost 10.
ones yet, so it was underwater, just like that coil. And the other ones, I guess, too. Should probably take a look at them all. Of course, 7 is all the way back here. That's not good. But the good news is the connector, and I pulled a pin, and this is just rusty. The plastic hasn't melted or anything, so the rust there was making an intermittent connection and throwing a circuit code. I don't think the coils are actually bad. They are super vacuum sealed, so I don't think any water got in here at all. I think it was just in the connector. The rust made the connection. That's it. So normally I would say just replace with your. But if you want to get the good GM ones, I don't think we need to spend that money. I think these are fine. I think we can do a wire and repair. Just test it. Yeah. If it's good, it's good. See if it's no deal. Spray down. Scrub. Slide these guys right back home. Don't ever make contact again. Divorced pins. So even though this is sealed, it's hard to get anything in here to clean up the rust very well. I'm just going to replace this one coil. Let's test drive it and see what happens. Cylinder 7 coil. Here we go. These coils are super easy. Like, just buy one extra one for the road trip. We'll throw them in the whole box just in case. But then everything is back together. I did the other side as well. And every other electrical connector on this engine I have removed and cleaned. They were all fine though. Let's see if you're really good again. Oh yeah, smooth as glass. Alright, cool. We gotta get to the crank sensor, which is unfortunately like behind the starter. Alright, the battery disconnected. We got the starter. Oh, sorry, what's wrong there? Works good. There she is. There's our crank sensor. Not the easiest thing to get to. There's the plug. And it's got a little rust in there. It's not horrible. The coils are way worse. I pulled the sensor out and the bottom looks fine. This is totally sealed, but there's rust in the connector. You guys can see this. There's droplets of water. So there's still water. And this thing's $30 and it's something to get to. I'm going to put a new sensor. We're going to clean the pins just like we did the coils. Put this thing back together. And then we'll just hope we're able for another maiden voyage trip before the main voyage to, 2.5 hours away in Wisconsin. Just see what happens. See what comes up. Here is our brand new crank sensor. And I'm going to show it to them out here, guys. But basically, there's a hole and the sensor in it. Now we have a bolt. But it's a sensor. We're adding a little bit more dielectric grease here, too. That's good. New sensor's plugged in. Starter's back in. All wrapped up here. Before I lower the truck, I have to spray our heavy duty metal protector from Amsoil. This is the undercoating I use on everything. It's so easy. It goes on as a liquid, will dry as a wax. We're going to get it everywhere. I think rust looks way worse on camera, and people from the south are just going to think this is bad no matter what. But guys, this is just surface rust. Check this out. Literally just surface rust. This is super solid. This is actually a really solid truck overall. That's not running out. Visuals look great. Everything looks awesome. If this was a show truck, we could get some black paint or something like that. But it's not. We just want it to be functional. So we're going to protect it. No prep. Stuff just goes on just like this. You can do your whole car or truck in probably about an hour. It's actually a ton of fun. And then you can live with peace of mind that your car looks like it's naturally rust out. Where's the perfection with this stuff? rubber, we have condensation in this one, and this just started. And this is crazy. Look at this thing. It's annoying. We got Dennis Does Dents on the way to fix this door crease and a couple other dents. And if you guys remember the picture of this thing where it was completely submerged, this door looks like it's coming off, like it's just about to get ripped off. So that's probably what happened there. It went into the fender right here, lines up perfect. What's crazy to me is how well the door functions after seeing that picture. Like, this is just how far it's supposed to open. I did notice damage to the door check. So there's the inside of it. You can see it's all mangled, and here are pieces of it. I think the door check took the brunt of the force, but if you look at these right here, the actual door hinges, they're in good shape. I mean, look at that. Nothing's bent at all. That's insane. I think if Dennis gets the dent out, this door will close just fine. Alright, we're gonna have to do some real surgery here. For all intents and purposes, this door is a goner, but Dennis said if we can take the door off and the glass, he'll put it on his bench and he'll try his best. He's worked miracles before. With the door check taken apart, we can see how much this door opened. I think it actually opened more when it was in the water. It's just so crazy how well it works. It's also pulled out here like a rock. It's a shimmy. Door's coming off. It's pretty light. It's my new purse. It's my Silverado door purse. Doesn't sound that quick at all. We have the door on Dennis's table with some good lighting, so we can see the crease here. And so what happened is the holes that go into the door on the hinges were fine, but this bent here. So it's longer holes. We're gonna thread these in. So we have these two here. If we're able to put some downward pressure in here, we could maybe pop this up. And you can see how bad this is. It's like a little spoiler back there. It needs to be parallel with the rest of the door. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Does Dents is back again. It's been a while. I don't even remember the last one we did together. It's probably been like a year or something. Was it the DeLorean? Yeah. just roughly this was gonna happen. So basically an experiment, like I don't know what's gonna happen with this thing. It's really bad. But we'll figure it out. Trailer brake system issue. We fixed the 4-wheel drive issue with this switch. I think it's just this. And for $40 brand new, you get the switch and the whole bezels. Oh, hang on, let's just plug this in really quick. See what happens. It should come back right away. Nothing, guys. We're good. Came back immediately last time. Okay, the only light we have on right now is for the airbag since, we have the door off. Getting fixed. Cool. Another light down. This is great. After we get the door back on and clear the airbag light, I think we're done with lights on the dash. Knock on A-pillar. Never know. Trying to straighten this out a little bit. Sorry guys, that's all she wrote for the door. This is about as good as Dennis thinks he can get it. So we used to have a massive crease right here. That is gone. There is still a little bit of a divot here. What's nice about this really cool paint job is that it's hard to tell, but yeah, this part is just too severely damaged. The real right repair here would be literally a brand new door. But if I can find one in this color that doesn't need any work, I'll buy that and slam it on, and the truck would be like mint, especially after we get the dents out here on the bed, which aren't nearly as bad as the door. This eventually will need to be painted though, that's for sure. Go back on. See that guy? That used to be me. Overweight, tired all the time, flabby and unfulfilled. So I got to work. Go back on. Glasses back in, door panels back on, new door check installed. And that is a beautiful thing. So before, it was pretty difficult to close because this part of the door was like almost rubbing on the fender. The seal was hitting it mostly. So outside of Dennis making this door look a million times better, it now closes properly. So it's not perfect. Obviously, there's a little something right there. But the alternative to this is a new door or a used door. I found a few that are in okay condition. They need paint work and dent work for like $700. So then you add in the paint work and all that, $1,200, something like that. Or we just kind of live with this. I don't know. This is good for now. I think it's just wait in case I find a door that's in this exact color that doesn't need any work and then bolts on. But yeah, that's good. Eventually I need to get this fixed, which we're going to find out the story on why it happened. The whole just like this. I think that would be really funny. But for now, we have to put a legit streetcar anchor on the bottom left-hand corner here, right about there. Okay, now it's officially my truck. I did an LSC plate in the front. I'm gonna grab a bunch of tools, fingers crossed that we make it on this trip, but we're gonna head out to Wisconsin in the morning, meet up with Russ and his brand new Silverado that he bought after this thing was totaled out. And we're gonna get the full story, and I think I gotta back this thing up onto the boat ramp where this all went down just for memories. Well, it looks like we have a CAN efficiency code bank 2, so it'll run just fine with that code. The catalytic converter could have gotten damaged with the main filled with water. Could be an O2 sensor also, but I bought this like scratch and dent guaranteed to pass emissions system cleaner. It was like $6, like 75% off. Double your money back. I coincidentally have a half tank of fuel, so we're gonna dump this in the gas tank and we'll drive it for 40 miles, then fill the tank. And it says right here, this will come with certain O2 sensor performance codes. Do I think this is gonna work? No, not at all. Do I want to try for $6? Yes. Worst case, we might have to do an O2, possibly a CAT, but I doubt it. So anyway, we'll run this, and then our trip to Wisconsin will let us know if that code comes back. Mechanic in a bottle. Go in and fix all of my problems. Ooh, it saves gas too. Sweet. This is fine. Use 4 times per year to maintain a healthy fuel emissions system. Yeah, okay. That's all right. I cleaned up our used AC push button control, and now everything doesn't have that crunch to it. Nothing sticks. Everything works sweet. I don't know if you guys remember the car's CD. This thing fully functions, but Russ's new Silverado doesn't have a CD player, so I get to keep it. All right, guys, this is it. This is the morning. We attempt to drive my Silverado to Wisconsin to meet up with the previous owner at the boat ramp. I got this thing running, warming up. Here's everything we're bringing on the trip. A bunch of tools, our computer, and I have yellow seal headlight and some lights to give Russ as a gift. No lights on the cluster. Everything is perfect. We got some heated seats going on for me and my passenger. And here's my passenger, my wife. First ride in the Silverado. It's just like a real pickup truck.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Nice. So you've never even sat in this.
No.
First time.
Got my coffee.
It works. Oh, nice. It's got power seats.
Oh, here we go. I'm like, I was trying to find this one. Forward. Nice.
We had a mobile hotspot on and working on the website, fulfilling orders. Here we go, guys. We got a ton of Ultra Penlight orders and the shop wipes. They're going crazy right now. Check them out. Link down below. But we fulfill everything in house, shipping and all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, if you guys have a link down there. Let's do this though. Alright guys, I'm doing it. I have a phobia or something against filling a tank on a new project until I feel really comfortable that it's a successful project and I'm feeling comfortable that I will knock on the floodlight. Yes, it's still there. I'm gonna fill it. I'm gonna fill it all the way, and that's what the instructions on that stuff that's supposed to fix the catalytic converter says to do. Drive like 20 miles and a half tank and then fill it. So feeling good. Feeling good. It's a 5.3, so it takes 87, but possibly not for long. I may do something to the Silverado on it. I don't know. Alright. Let's do this. Drive with care. We got some ice. This is the gas gauge. All the way to full. Yes, it does. There we go. Getting on the highway. Look at how smooth this thing is.
This is perfect. This is unbelievably perfect.
It's like new.
Yeah.
Oh wait, does your heated seat work?
Yeah.
Oh sweet.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, mine works too.
Okay, cool.
We put new switches in. They were only $10 at the dealership.
This is so insane.
It's a Chevy. But seriously, it's 10 years old.
Chevy built to last.
No, that's Ford is built Ford tough.
Oh, okay.
This was like a rock.
Yeah,
But back in our day, like, what is it now? Chevy. Jeez, I should know this, but I'm more of the like a rock generation.
No, right. Well,
You know?
we were born like just what 2 months apart.
Yeah.
That's
This is like a rock generation. And this thing sank to the bottom of a lake like a rock. She's back. Seriously though, it's like new in here. Russ kept it so well. And now we get to go check out his new Silverado 2024.
Oh, I can't wait to see this truck.
Yeah, he didn't get blue. He got gray. He said he couldn't find the blue one.
Aw,
Yeah, but
that's tough. I understand that when you like a look, you want your car back.
yeah, this is the one I would have ordered from the factory. I just had to wait 10 years in the lake. You know? Alright, we're almost there. And off the Madison exit, where all my Wisconsin people at, we're getting about 16 miles per gallon. To be expected, right? Is this a coincidence? I don't think so, but the song Chevrolet just came on. That's pretty crazy. I've never even heard the song, honestly, but it's probably a remake. Anyone else like Jelly Roll? I'm trying to get into it because we're going to see him this summer in Chicago. But so far, so good. I like it. It's a good remake. This is it. Oh, there he is. Oh, that thing is sweet. Russ, that color is awesome. Oh my gosh. So you said this happened at the pier. At the pier.
When it
Okay.
went down, I sent you that picture. The truck was floating,
Yeah.
and then as it went down, it caught that pier and did that. Killed me when I seen it.
I know. I'm gonna get that fixed. Don't worry. That's getting fixed. And then, do you remember the door? Like, how did you guys get the door to close after it was out of the water? Because in the picture you sent me, the door looks completely bent forward.
It was.
Did someone just slam it or
Yeah.
something?
Basically, I did. After the water drained out of it, just went over to it. And I tried to close it at first normal, and it wouldn't close right away. And I gave it a little punch, and I was like, must have been sprung.
Okay, so we didn't replace it. Can you believe how nice we got it?
Yeah.
We took the whole door off and kind of fixed it up, and now it even closes. Like,
Nice.
yeah. So here she is.
Everything work on it?
Yeah, man. Like literally every. Go ahead, take a seat.
Heat steering wheel and everything?
Okay, no. Well, that's the one thing that does not work. But the heated seats work. There's no warning lights.
Cooling seats work?
The cooling seats work. Yep, the fans come on. The lumbars work.
It's, I never thought I'd see it again. You guys don't realize how much I love this truck. This truck is everything to me. It was my baby, and it hardly got drove, and pulled the bolt man mostly.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you took great care of it. It looks like a brand new truck inside. You know, even after being in the water, you can't tell.
I can't believe it. I saw it when he was gutted and all that sort of stuff. I'm like, he's never going to get that thing back together. But you did a great job. It looks awesome.
And you bought this new, right?
Brand new.
Yeah.
It's for my 50th birthday.
Okay.
I bought it for myself. And it was the first new truck that I'd had in a long, long time.
Wait, you're 60?
Yep.
You look like you're 50.
I'm 59.
Whatever.
I'll be 60 this year.
All right, we're getting a lake house. It's that lake life.
But yeah, this truck. It's incredible. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, thank you.
Amazing.
So we did replace the cluster, some of the buttons here. But by new, I mean like used. $50. Like these heated and cooled seat switches were $10 new from the dealer.
Oh,
So everything is like really inexpensive, but the one and only thing that currently doesn't work is the heated steering wheel. But I'm gonna get it working. It's probably just it needs the steering wheel switch button there, which is like super
cruise works and all.
Yeah, the cruise works. Like literally every single thing in this truck works perfectly. It runs and drives beautifully. We just drove it 2 hours from Chicago. It was awesome.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It doesn't pull any codes or anything?
No, nothing. Well, that's actually part of this test drive. The one last code we were getting was for an O2 sensor, which is no big deal, and it hasn't come back. So,
cool.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
All my buddies are like that have seen the show and I've passed it around quite a bit, and they're like, "Oh, it's gonna have so many electrical problems, all that sort of stuff." And I'm like, the way that everything was sealed up,
Hey, look, it should have like a million electrical problems. Your friends aren't wrong. I mean, I thought the same thing. I've never done a fully submerged flood car like this. I didn't know what to expect. It could have been a part out. I bought it assuming that worst case I'd have to part it out and get my money back. But with fees, I'm $6,500 into this car, and then maybe we'll go over this in a little bit. But I think I'm $1,500 into it.
Wow.
So for $8,000, I'm driving this thing around. It's crazy. It's crazy.
How many hours do you think you got in it?
I don't know. I mean, filming doubles or triples my time, but if I wasn't filming any videos, 40 hours.
Okay.
You know? Like, nothing crazy. It's not like I had to rebuild the engine or anything, you know? Like,
They did turn it down.
yeah, with the oil pan, you know, it's like a 5-hour job, you know? So, no, honestly, the labor time has not been bad. The parts haven't been bad. Everything's been great. Chevy has not flagged this thing, so it actually has 2 open recalls. I can bring it to the dealer and they'll do them for me.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, they have no idea it was flooded, so I'm gonna go quick before they figure it out. I'm also gonna get some more keys. You don't have any more keys, do you?
No, I think I sent all the keys to the insurance company, brand fobs and everything.
Darn, they didn't. They
requested it.
They just put one.
Oh, really?
You don't happen to know your insurance company well. Do you think you could call them?
State Farm, yeah.
Were you there when they drew the flood line?
No.
Okay.
I don't know who did that. The dealer didn't do it, so.
Yeah.
Because I seen it at the dealer.
Oh, they put it to the dealer?
Well, they originally, State Farm says it's fixable. And I'm like, you think it's fixable? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. So they took it to Bergstrom in Madison here, dropped it off there, and basically said, give us an estimate. They waited a couple of days, and I kept calling the insurance company going, okay, well, let's move on with this. Let's move on. I got to buy another vehicle. And then they came through, and Bergstrom went out and looked at it. There was water in the cup holders, and it's like, it's not fixable. It didn't take way too much for a dealer to fix this.
Yeah.
So, but obviously it is fixable.
It is, but I understand why a dealership and an insurance company wouldn't want to fix this car. If I was them, I wouldn't want to fix it either, because especially with the safety features of the vehicle, if they're at all compromised, I mean, you have to replace everything. It would cost so much for them. Because then 2 years later, if something happened, you could sue them, you know? So I get why they wouldn't do that. I mean, they total cars out for a lot less than being fully submerged in a lake. I'm surprised they actually considered it.
I was too. It's like, well, they put it in the computer and it says it's fixable.
No, they never fix flood cars, especially when it's this high. But speaking of that, you saw the flood line, where it's way off. It's like 2 feet higher.
The rear mirror was out of water. And this, maybe.
Yeah, the headliner was saved. I was talking to one of my YouTuber friends on the way up here, and he's like, hey, you sound pretty good for a silver around this been underwater. And I'm like, this mic was the only thing not underwater. Oh, man, this is awesome. Russ saved the floor mats for me. That's so cool. Wow. Russ's truck is sweet. Thanks, Russ. Appreciate it. Look at that. He grabbed the floor mats out of it when it went into the lake, or after it went out of the lake, I guess. So I have the floor mats that came with it. They're really nice rubber ones that are for the Silverado. And the tonneau cover in the back of my pickup. My own tonneau cover.
These tires had like 6,000 miles.
Oh, those tires have like 6,000 miles? No way. Yeah, they look like brand new.
Well, pretty much. The tires that were originally on that vehicle were not very good tires.
Oh, yeah.
More of a street tire.
I got new shocks on order. There's nothing wrong with those, but they're just kind of rusted out and stuff.
Yeah. It didn't see a lot of salt.
Yeah, no, it looks great on here. Like, the frame looks fantastic. It's clean for a Wisconsin truck,
Yeah, it was garage kept all the time, heated, cool.
It's awesome.
It happened right on this end here, but you can see how low the water is. And that's part of what happened. The water was so low that I had to back the truck in just a little bit further. And it put the wheels on the slick ramp. Then I went back, bumped the boat up, and the truck just started coming.
And it was a two-wheel drive, right?
Yep.
Okay.
A couple of things you should always do. Good learning lesson. Put your parking brake on. I've been dumping boats for 35 years. I had a bad situation with a parking brake at one time. So I kind of got out of that habit.
Yeah, because it can lock up sometimes. Freeze up. Yeah.
It's a good habit to be in.
Yeah.
And then we also thought about putting it in four-wheel drive. You know, if it would have been in four-wheel drive, would have stayed in four-wheel drive if you had it parked. I don't know. It just depends on the type of.
Yeah, it depends on the type of truck, but on this one, I believe it would have helped for sure. So, you know, Russ emailed me. How did you find the videos? Did someone send it to you, or just scroll on YouTube?
I teach the apprenticeship program for the elevator trade. One of my students had sent it to me. Big car guy. He's like, "Is this your truck?" And I looked at it and I'm like, "Oh my God, it is my truck." So you can tell with all the stickers and all that sort of stuff that are on the truck. But he sent it to me, and then I watched it. And then I looked at all the comments, and I was like reading some of them like, "Oh, it's insurance fraud. He dumped it in the lake on purpose." I'm like, I'm not going to put my name up there. So then I saw the second video, and you had an email address, and I'm like, well, that's a little more private.
So Russ was a little hesitant at being in the video because his boat was floating in the lake here. But I'm like, you know what? This is going to happen to anybody with algae on a boat ramp. And, you know, with some of the views my videos get, we could actually maybe help someone else just understand that this can be dangerous, because I've never put a boat in the water, but like one day I want to get a boat. I'm going to have a first time, and maybe I don't know that. Maybe I don't know how slick these ramps can get. So hopefully it'll help someone out there. These ramps can get really slick with algae. Keep it in four-wheel drive, parking brake, be careful. And then you had said the back end was floating first, and you had your tonneau cover sealed up, which those seal with weather stripping, it looks like, which could have created like a little bit of an air bubble to help that back end kind of float. So maybe keep that open.
Yeah, as soon as the back end started floating, the truck just rolled right down.
Yeah.
So
right.
It was
even maybe chalking the front wheels at a certain point, something like that. So
boat ramps can get really busy, especially on the Madison chain. And, you know, to take all those extra steps, sometimes you want to try to get in and out really quick, so you're not holding up the line. And I guess you just got to take a little bit of extra time and, you know, do it right.
Yeah.
I've learned my lesson now, so hopefully it'll never happen to me again. But I've had some friends happen to them, so.
Worst case, you just need about 2 weeks worth of work and your truck right back on again.
Yeah.
It's not that bad, apparently.
You're capable. You can do anything.
Oh man, I gotta walk down this ramp a little bit. This is awesome. You can see how thick the algae is. I mean, look at that. That is crazy. Like, you need good tires for that. I told myself if I successfully rebuild this Silverado, I'm driving it back to the boat ramp and I'm backing it up for a picture. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm in four-wheel drive. So we're bringing it back to the scene of the crime. We'll pretend I have a boat. Check it out. Monday. Boats are cool.
Two great things combined. It's a lot.
We'll pretend I have a boat. Check it out. Monday. Boats are cool. Alright, we're not gonna go that much further than that because there's ice. Here she is. Alright, parking brake on, four-wheel drive. Guys, seriously, could you imagine if I go on the ice and it did slide back? And we did this all over again?
She popped his balloon over his trip, then he hit her with this unexpected response.
Let's start with your name and age.
Mozzie VS, 30 years old.
And Mozzie, what do you do?
I'm a professional sports bettor.
Okay. Why'd you end up popping his balloon?
It's a little too much, like the chains, it's like you're trying to project something. And I like my men confident but not cocky, and this seems cocky.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
No disrespect taken. Yeah, I'm just, you might need it just like a, social worker or something. Maybe I'm a little too much.
I might need what?
Maybe like a cubicle worker or something.
No, that's not what I need, but okay.
Well, maybe I'm a little too much for you. It's all good.
So do you do like all this jewelry often, or?
Whatever I feel like,
Exploring without travel trailer insurance could have your adventures going in the wrong direction. Keep yours moving forward with Progressive. Get a quote today from a leader in RV insurance.
Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Delete Me. Hey, thanks for clicking on a compilation. I just learned that a lot of people watch these to help them fall asleep. So I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment. But I am working on a sleepy time compilation specifically made for those of you who can't seem to stay awake.
I can barely stay awake for some of these.
Yeah, well, that's not entirely my fault.
What's with the new setup? We're doing the show from here now? Because my contract specifically said...
Relax, we're not doing the show from in here. I haven't done the after files in a long time, and some people thought that I'm just not streaming anymore. But the truth is, we're doing construction in the studio, and my streaming station is dismantled.
Yeah, likely story.
So last compilation was all about stories that happened below ground. Today we're going to do stories that happen above ground, like way above ground. We're talking mountains, pyramids.
Oh, are we going to talk about Mount Hayes?
We are.
Mount Mother Hayes.
Watch your mouth. First up is episode 58, which is about Mount Shasta. And a lot of weird things happened on Mount Shasta. But my favorite story is probably the one involving the robot grandma who, well, I don't want to spoil it.
It is poop involved.
There is. It's a short episode. I'll see you when you get back.
5.00. Slice it so thin and use the liquefy it.
Yeah, human, thank goodness. I'm in big trouble. They're after me.
Whoa! Who's after you now?
The mafia. You know, the Cosa Nostra.
Oh no, Don Barracuda?
The Godfather himself.
Why? I thought you paid him back.
I did.
With interest?
Well, of course, it was the only thing I could think about.
No, not that kind of interest. What makes you think the mafia's after you?
Today, in the mail, I got a Sicilian message.
Uh-oh, a horse head in your bed?
No.
A dead fish in a shoebox?
No, it was a coupon for free cannoli at Palermo.
Palermo?
Yeah, it's the capital of Sicily.
I know what Palermo is.
It's also the name of that Sicilian restaurant that just opened in the neighborhood.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call a free cannoli a life-threatening situation.
I'm pre-diabetic. Plus, I just got a call from a waste management company trying to upgrade me to a tree-yard dumpster. And 10 minutes ago, a concrete salesman was here threatening me.
How did he threaten you?
He said if we don't patch the driveway, we could end up with water damage.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to sell you his services.
Hello, paisano, I know. The problem is, how do all these people know where I live?
Look, I told you not to enter that raffle at last year's San Gennaro's feast.
What? And pass up a chance for a lifetime of free please?
I thought you're pre-diabetic.
Stay focused.
Well, you gave them your name, your phone number, your address. They turned around and sold all that information to data brokers. That's where you're getting all these calls.
No, I'm gonna have to go on a run again. I could probably stay at my cousin Joey in Portland. I just don't know if there's enough room for me and Gertie in this tent.
You don't have to move. Just use Delete Me.
Oh, did you just bada bing your way into today's sponsor?
I sure did. Delete Me is a hands-free subscription service that removes your personal information that's being sold online. Their team of privacy experts removes you from hundreds of data brokers all year long. And in just 7 days, you'll receive a detailed privacy report showing exactly where your information was found and removed. Delete Me removes your personal data like phone numbers, addresses, and more. Plus, their monitoring system ensures that your data stays gone, repeating removals as needed. And here's the best part. With Delete Me, you're in control. You can make custom removal requests, tailoring your privacy protection to fit your needs.
Yeah, but how can I trust them not to sell my data like these other jamokes?
Delete Me protects users' privacy by collecting only essential data needed for removal from data broker sites. The company operates independently, never selling user information and handling all removals in-house. Their mission? Code the Y files to receive 20% off Delete Me consumer plans.
Code the Y files for 20% off?
That's right.
No more ads, no more phone calls, and me and my command don't have to move?
No more ads, no more phone calls, and as an Italian American, please no more mafia stereotypes.
You props that paisano. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
If you follow this channel, you know that many of these videos come from your suggestions. And I get emails all the time from people who want content about UFOs. Others want lost cities, strange disappearances, or
Lazy people.
reptilian humanoids. Today, we fulfill all these requests in one video. There is no other place on Earth steeped in more mystery than Mount Shasta. Aliens, ghosts, underground bases, interdimensional portals. Mount Shasta has it all. Let's find out why. As you approach Mount Shasta, the first thing you notice is how absolutely out of peaks in North America, it's not directly alone and seems to leap off the landscape. At over 14,000 above sea level, Mount Shasta is so tall and steep that it pierces the clouds and creates its own weather. Located in Northern California, Mount Shasta is actually a semi-active volcano. Its last major eruption was in 1250, but as recently as last year, Mount Shasta was oozing lava that caused several fires in the surrounding forest. And just about every type of paranormal event you can think of converges at Mount Shasta. UFO sightings, mysterious disappearances, lost cities, ghosts, gods, everything. Mount Shasta legends exist in every culture that's lived in its shadow, including the first cultures. Native tribes have inhabited the area for over 10,000 years, making it one of the longest occupied areas in North America. And each tribe has a myth about the mountain. Some tribes say Mount Shasta is the sacred, say the mountain is the birthplace of all life. And as different as these stories are, there is one native legend: you do not go above the tree line. That area is reserved for the sky people. Not far from Mount Shasta is Petroglyph Point, which has some of the oldest stone writing ever found in North America, dating back thousands of years. And the glyphs depict the types of things you'd expect to see: animals, rivers, the sun, stars. But there are also carvings of what some people believe are sky people. Native tribes believe that the sky people were spiritual beings who existed in a different realm, a plane of existence where souls and spirits of the dead dwell. But what if the sky people aren't spirits of the dead, but are actually beings that are very much alive, just not human?
This is the quickest way to pee out fat. Good God, man, stop eating those. You're gonna blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers...
Beings that are very much alive, just not human. There are Native American legends that describe a race of giants that live on Mount Shasta. The Modoc have the Matagagme, which are said to be the keepers of the woods. Could these ancient people be describing Bigfoot? Matagagme is the Modoc word for Bigfoot, and it's similar to the Tibetan word Metogangme, which is their word for Yeti.
Hey, how do ancient Indians in Tibet end up with the same word for Bigfoot?
Well,
it would have to be some kind of land bridge between India and America. Wait a minute.
You're getting way ahead of me on this one, pal.
What are we gonna talk about?
We are.
Oh, baby!
Since the 1920s, people have claimed to see tall creatures roaming the forests around Mount Shasta. In 1976, a camper thought a park ranger was investigating his camp, but upon closer inspection, it was a Bigfoot. Another famous account happened in 1962, when a hiker claimed to have seen a female Bigfoot giving birth.
Ooh, that sounds messy.
It does.
A lot of hot water and towels.
Right. I get it.
Because if a Bigfoot is giving birth, ooh, boy, that's gonna be a lot of...
I said I get it. In 1930, a humanoid skeleton that was over 8 feet tall was discovered near Mount Shasta. And this wasn't a fringe report. It was covered by major newspapers all over the area. And native legends say the race of giants prospered on the earth for thousands of years, but were suddenly wiped out in a great flood.
It always ends with a great flood, doesn't it?
Every time. But the interpretation of this legend that claims the giants in the woods are not some people called Lemurians.
considered the first person to find the lost civilization of Lemuria. But his story takes a mysterious turn. In 1904, J.C. Brown was working as a geologist for a gold mining operation, and he was sent to Mount Shasta to look for gold. During one of Brown's expeditions, he came across a rock fall that looked like something could be buried underneath. When he cleared the rubble, he discovered the entrance to a cave that disappeared into the darkness for what looked like forever. Brown hiked the length of the tunnel, which turned out to be 11 miles long. And that may sound crazy, but Mount Shasta is a volcano, and the entire area around the mountain is a network of lava tubes. Lava tubes can be huge and stretch miles underground. And when J.C. Brown reached the end of the tunnel, he found what he described as the remains of an ancient city. He found machinery long abandoned that looked like it was used in a mining operation. He found statues, tablets, shields, and weapons, all made of gold, and all inscribed with hieroglyphics. He found what he called a worship room with statues that seemed to glow in the dark. And the final chamber of the cave system was a tomb where 27 giant skeletons were arranged. And they ranged in height from 7 feet to over 10 feet tall. Unsure of what to do, J.C. Brown covered the entrance to the cave and told no one about it. But over the next few years, Brown became obsessed with a book by James Churchward called The Lost Continent of Mu, and by stories of Lemuria, which he thought could be the same thing. Lemuria, according to the legend, was an entire continent that sunk beneath the ocean many thousands of years ago.
It sounds like Atlantis.
Well, it's funny you should say that. Turns out Lemuria and Atlantis are connected. In 1899, Frederick Spencer Oliver published a book called A Dweller on Two Planets, which tells an amazing story that was found written on ancient Hindu tablets. Over 1 million years ago, the Earth was ruled by two very advanced civilizations, the Atlanteans and the Lemurians, and both cultures had technology that far exceeds our own. Atlantis was the dominant culture, and for many years it was benevolent. But about 25,000 years ago, Atlantis became corrupt and wanted to rule all people on the Earth. Lemurians rejected this idea and wanted to be left alone. And after much internal conflict, Atlantis decided to go to war with the Lemurians. And for years, the two mighty civilizations deployed devastating nuclear weapons against each other. The explosions were so violent that they caused the Earth's tectonic plates to become unstable and the magnetic poles to shift. Finally, a massive flood tore across the planet and laid waste to both civilizations. In all, 60 million Lemurians died. Atlantis suffered severe losses as well. The few surviving Atlanteans evacuated to Agartha, an underground city that we'll be covering on this channel. The last remaining Lemurians fled to Mount Shasta and established a city called Telos. What's amazing is, there's a Hawaiian legend that says the islands of Hawaii were once part of a vast continent called Mu, also known as Lemuria. Once J.C. Brown learned of these stories, he was convinced that he had found the lost civilization of Lemuria under Mount Shasta. So he decided, now 30 years later, it was time to go back to the mountain. And when J.C. Brown returned to Mount Shasta, he put together a search party to help him rediscover Lemuria. Brown had assembled a group of 80 researchers, scientists, and explorers. And after 1,000 years of legend, Lemuria was about to be proven real. Newspapers widely covered the story, and the excitement around the adventure was palpable. Then, on the morning that the expedition was set to begin, J.C. Brown didn't show. People combed every tavern, every street, every inn looking for him, but they would find no trace. J.C. Brown had vanished and was never heard from again. Explanations for J.C. Brown's disappearance covered everything. Some said he was simply a fraud, though he never took a penny from anyone. Others said a secret but powerful organization learned of Brown's plans and had him erased.
Illuminati?
Yep. But a few others were convinced that J.C. Brown no longer needed a search party to find Lemuria, that he had been granted access and taken there by some machine. And to hear descriptions of this machine, it sounds like a vehicle. UFO! Right. And there have been UFO sightings around Mount Shasta going back over 100 years, and in recent years, sightings are accelerating. Of the top 300 UFO hotspots in the world, Mount Shasta is ranked 13th. People have seen chrome objects hovering above dark mountain roads. Others report lights moving in formation, silently swarming the peak, and then disappear. One of the most widely reported UFO sightings happened in 2008. Residents said they saw what looked like a giant glowing jellyfish hovering over the mountain. Eyewitnesses said it made no noise, but it seemed to have a fire raging inside of it. Now, unfortunately, there are no photos from this sighting, but just last year, someone captured this footage.
This happened. I'm sorry.
What is that?
Some passenger on the plane looks out the window, grabs the phone. This was filmed in June. The traveler sees that, an object apparently changing shape in seconds.
And what makes Mount Shasta UFOs really strange is that they don't just hover around the mountain. People have seen them fly into the mountain, and they don't mean they flew into an opening in the mountain. Every single person said the UFOs flew into the side of the mountain and just vanished into the rock. And it's been said that Mount Shasta is hiding an energy vortex that allows passage into another dimension. Locals believe the UFOs hide in the clouds and enter the mountain through some kind of portal. But that begs the question, a portal to where?
Texas was waiting and wondering and worrying.
Now taxes, smashing with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you. Do your taxes in a day, so you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is taxes. Entering TurboTax.
You'll never guess how old he is. Hi, excuse me, are you Dr. Guthrie?
Yes, I am.
Is it true that you're almost 70 years old?
I actually am almost 75.
What? You're joking. Your skin looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, look.
For decades, eyewitnesses have seen strange beings in Mount Shasta's caves that seem to have the ability to walk through walls. They just vanish. And it's not just these strange beings that disappear on Mount Shasta. It's one of the most active hotspots in North America for mysterious disappearances. In 2011, a young couple was camping on Mount Shasta with their 3-year-old son. Suddenly, the boy's parents looked up, and their son was gone. They immediately called the authorities, and a massive search went on for 5 hours. Then, a sheriff's deputy heard a quiet voice coming from a bush not far from the campsite. This was odd because dozens of trained search and rescue professionals had combed every inch of this area multiple times and found nothing. But the boy was found unharmed, so this was called a successful operation. That was pretty much the end of it. It wasn't until a few weeks later when the story would take a mysterious turn. The boy was talking to his grandmother, who he called Grandma Cappy, about the incident. He said he liked this Grandma Cappy better than the other Grandma Cappy who found him in the woods.
Whoa, what?
Yeah. The boy's mother was upset by this. What other Grandma Cappy? The boy said the other Grandma Cappy had taken him to a cave in the woods. And there were other people there too who were just frozen in place. And this new grandma seemed nice enough, but then she wanted to examine the boy. And for some reason, she asked him to defecate on a piece of paper.
Did he?
No, he said he couldn't go.
Yeah, I'm a shy.
But it gets even stranger. Grandma Cappy said that just a few weeks earlier, she was camping in the same area when she blacked out. Then she woke up face down in the dirt and noticed she had a strange puncture wound on the back of her neck. She said she was violently ill and thought it was some kind of spider bite. She was camping with a friend who also had a similar wound and was also terribly sick.
DNA extraction.
Well, that's one theory. And Grandma Cappy said she's never going to that mountain again. Then there's the story of Carl Landers. In 1999, Landers, along with 2 friends, set out to hike to the summit of Mount Shasta. And along the trail, Landers just vanished. He didn't wander off, he didn't cry for help. He was just gone. And it's not like he disappeared into the woods or fell down a hole. There was good visibility for over 100 yards. Landers vanished in a wide open field, and he was an experienced hiker who knew this terrain extremely well. Yet somehow he disappeared off the mountain without a trace. And for a week, a huge manhunt searched every inch of the area. The National Guard even sent helicopters equipped with infrared sensors. Nothing was found. No equipment, no clothing, no body. All gone. To this day, there is no explanation for what happened. So what's going on at Mount Shasta? Can we use logic and science to explain these mysteries? Well, it's difficult to explain ancient native legends because we have no evidence to support or refute the stories. Since the legends have been passed down over several thousand years, not only is it possible, but it's likely that these stories evolved over time. I mean, who can resist adding a little drama to make a story seem more mystical? I'm guilty of doing it on this channel. Mount Shasta isn't a very active volcano now, but it's erupted many times in the past, and human settlements were present during those eruptions. When native tribes describe Mount Shasta as the home of a god who throws flaming rocks at his enemies, we could certainly see that these ancients were trying to make sense of what they saw. And when American Indians spoke of giants, did they really mean Bigfoot? It's not clear. There isn't much reporting of Bigfoot until 1924, when a few gold prospectors came back from an expedition talking about how they were attacked by giant ape men who threw boulders at their camp. And the story caught fire and grabbed so much attention that park rangers launched a full investigation. What they found didn't impress them. They said the boulders were actually just large rocks and looked like they were placed there by the men, and there were supposedly Bigfoot tracks in the area. But when the rangers looked closely at the tracks, it was clear they were made by one of the miners using his knuckles and the palm of his hand. Still, there's no stopping a viral story, and the legend of Bigfoot was born. But what about these portals that seem to swallow people whole? Is there any science to support the phenomenon that 2 points in space can be joined by nothing but energy? Turns out, there is.
Hey husbands, Valentine's Day is coming, and if you found the love of your life, get her this. It comes in a heart-stopping red rose surprise box, and on the inside there's another hidden surprise. A beautiful necklace and a message that says, "To my wife, I didn't marry you so that I could live with you. I married you because I can't live without you. I may not be your first date, your first kiss, or your first love, but I just want to be your last everything." I squeezed this necklace really tight and filled it with my love and light. If ever I'm not here...
Gee, turns out, there is. In 2013, NASA discovered a phenomenon called an X-point. X-points are places where the magnetic field of the Earth is directly connected to the magnetic field of the Sun. This is an uninterrupted path of energetic particles leading from our planet all the way to our star, 93 million miles away. Another study confirmed these portals and found some of them are short-lived, opening and closing very quickly, but others are stable for long periods of time. Now, obviously, we can't use these portals to travel. Yet. But there is science to support that the Earth is magnetically tethered to the Sun, and the magnetism around Mount Shasta is highly unusual. The entire area is blanketed by an enormous negative magnetic anomaly. Could this area of strong magnetism be creating ruptures in space that cause people to disappear? Well, that's a stretch. But if some kind of electromagnetic event were to occur, there are a few places on Earth better suited than Mount Shasta. Now, the story of the missing boy who suddenly reappeared 5 hours later, that's true. The part about his grandma Cappy and the puncture in her neck, that came from someone claiming to be her posting her story on the internet, so I don't know. And the boy's parents conveniently want to remain anonymous. But Carl Landers really did disappear without a trace, as have many people on Mount Shasta. Now, most of the time, missing hikers are discovered not far from their last known position, usually dead from injuries from a fall. But it's worth acknowledging that there are plenty, I mean lots, of people who just vanish with no explanation.
Oh, what about the UFO?
Well, the UFO sightings can't really be explained. Weather around Mount Shasta is highly unusual and creates what's known as lenticular cloud formations. Lenticular clouds look like giant UFOs, but they're just clouds. As for what looks like flying spacecraft hovering around and disappearing into the mountains, we'd be silly to discount those reports. Even our own government is finally admitting there are objects zipping around the planet that just can't be explained. So what about J.C. Brown and Lemuria? Well, the J.C. Brown story is a great one, but it might be debunked. In 2017, a researcher named Stephen Sindoni tracked down a man named John Benjamin Bodie, a mining engineer who retired in Mount Shasta. And Bodie had worked for the Lord Cowderay Mining Company, which was also J.C. Brown's employer. And Bodie lived right across the street from where J.C. Brown had given daily lectures on Lemuria and the lost city of Telos. This may not be definitive proof that J.C. Brown was a hoax, but it's pretty compelling research. And I should note that Sindoni is not a debunker. He's a hollow Earth researcher who's been on countless TV and radio shows discussing how the Earth is hollow and home to alien civilizations that live right under our feet. And speaking of hollow Earth, what about Lemuria? Is it hiding inside Mount Shasta? I think Lemuria is the best legend about Mount Shasta, and I'm not the only one. Entire religions have been built around the Lemuria story. In the 1930s, Guy Ballard, a mining engineer, was exploring Mount Shasta. He said he was met by a young man named the Count of Saint Germain. And Count Saint Germain is a legend in paranormal history. He's supposedly immortal and shows up during all kinds of historical events. There's even an account of him being present at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, where he actually gave a speech. And we're going to do a whole video on Saint Germain. He deserves more attention. But anyway, Ballard and his wife Edna claim to be the sole messengers of Saint Germain and other ascended masters, as they're called. And the Ballards began giving public lectures on Saint Germain's teachings and eventually had grown the I Am activity movement to over 1 million followers.
It's not easy to do it on social media.
Oh, it's not. And after Ballard passed away in 1971, most of the I Am still around. You can visit the I Am reading room right now in Mount Shasta City and learn more than stories for hundreds, even thousands of years. But with the discoveries like Bimini Road in the Bahamas and the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan, we have to start wondering if these myths weren't myths at all, but actual places. Now, skeptics will say Bimini and Yonaguni are natural formations, but I'll put the pictures up for you to decide. To me, Bimini Road is iffy. I lean toward man-made, but I can see the other side of the argument. But Yonaguni? That looks 100% man-made to me, so what if?
See that guy? That used to be me. Overweight, tired all the time, flabby and unfulfilled. So I got to work researching what could
Mount Shasta has captured the imagination of people around the world for centuries, and those who visit often say the mountain called to them. And I think it's fair to say that if you're the type of person who goes to a place expecting to have a spiritual or supernatural experience, there's a good chance you'll have one. The mind is a powerful thing. But as long as you're not starting religions based on this, I don't think there's anything wrong with believing what others say is a crazy theory. Our civilization's greatest leaps forward come from heretics who dare to challenge the status quo. From mavericks and dissenters have come scientific discoveries that altered the course of history and forced even the most ardent skeptics to wonder, what if? What if there was an ancient civilization that sunk beneath the ocean? And what if the children of those people are here now, just waiting for our own civilization to catch up, waiting for us to emerge from our selfish adolescence so we can join a larger community, one that exists only for scientific discovery, artistic expression, and spiritual enlightenment. Now, I admit it sounds like fantasy, but when we stop asking, what if, civilization dies. But as long as there are heretics and mavericks and dissenters, we have a chance. And if you're one of those, keep asking, what if? Everyone on Earth, whether they know it or not, is counting on you. So there are a few news stories since I released that episode about Mount Shasta. So if you want me to do a part 2, just let me know in the comments.
Yeah, hello. We're not going to address the elephant in the room.
What elephant in the room?
You.
Yes, I recorded that episode during COVID when I gained a few pounds, but I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, how can you not? You look like a kid from Mask.
I did not look that bad.
Sloth. Love. Chunk. Baby. Ruth.
Quiet. Okay, next. 142. Oh, this is about the CIA's Project 8200.
Matt Hayes.
Yep. This one is about a CIA remote viewer who saw underground bases beneath Mount Hayes.
Mount motherfucking Hayes.
Okay, enough with that.
Oh, hey. You know you can buy Mount motherfucking Hayes coffee mugs in the White House store.
Please, no plugs during compilations.
9.00.
During the 1960s and 70s, the United States and the Soviet Union fought the Cold War on many fronts. Some of these engagements were obvious, like the Cuban Missile Crisis and the proxy wars in Asia. Other conflicts were not so obvious. In the 1970s, America and Russia engaged in a new type of warfare, psychic warfare. The CIA was actively recruiting and training people with a natural talent for remote viewing. Remote viewing is projecting your consciousness to anywhere on Earth and beyond. One remote viewer, entirely by accident, found himself at Mount Hayes in Alaska. Mount Hayes is in the middle of nowhere. There's no civilization for miles. But something was calling him to the mountain. He looked inside the mountain. There was a base hidden inside Mount Hayes. Then he saw this was not a base built by humans. When multiple sources confirmed the existence of the base, they soon realized this was only the beginning. story of the psychic competition between the US and the Soviet Union is like the chicken and the egg. Some say the CIA heard the Soviets had psychic spies, so they launched their own programs in response. Others say the US was first and the Soviets were responding. Either way, both superpowers created well-funded, super-secret programs focused on ESP, or extrasensory perception. In other words, psychic espionage. A skilled remote viewer would be the perfect spy. They could go anywhere, see anything, completely undetected. Remote viewing means the end of state secrets. Really, the end of all secrets. But remote viewing didn't start out as a military intelligence project. It began as a research project. In 1972, two scientists, Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ, launched an ESP program at the Stanford Research Institute, or SRI. Then they started looking for volunteers and came across Ingo Swann.
Oh, hey, what do you call a fat psychic?
Please don't.
A fortune teller.
Ingo Swann claimed to be a great psychic. Puthoff was skeptical, so he set up a test. The team had access to a large magnetometer, which can detect slight variations in magnetic fields. Swann had no idea what the machine was. Even though it was buried under 30 feet of concrete, he could see into the device and describe it. He was able to sketch the magnetometer readings. Then he was able to affect the readings. This was good and bad. Good that Ingo proved his abilities, but the purpose of the magnetometer was to detect Soviet nuclear tests. Affecting the output set off alarms all over the lab. The experiment almost got them kicked out of Stanford. But the experiment caught the attention of the CIA. They didn't care that Ingo could move the needle, but the fact that he could see through superconducting shielding buried in 30 feet of concrete, well, that was a problem, but also an opportunity. The CIA quietly funded SRI's research and had them focus specifically on remote viewing, and Ingo Swann became known as the father of this technique. Initial experiments were mostly successful. Ingo could identify images in sealed envelopes. He could project his consciousness to different places and see hidden objects. But this didn't help the CIA. They needed him to view specific locations, Soviet locations. So Ingo Swann and the SRI team created the SCAN-8 protocol. Project SCAN-8 was remote viewing by coordinates. Here's how it works. You give a remote viewer longitude and latitude coordinates, and you tell them nothing else. Ingo Swann could see what was at a given set of coordinates with remarkable accuracy. By the way, Ingo Swann also remote viewed the moon. I did an entire episode on it. It's linked down below. Now, I don't want to spoil it, but what he saw on the moon was pretty amazing.
And for the record, he's the only person who went to the moon.
Not now. Soon, another psychic joined the project, Pat Price. Pat was a retired police commissioner. He was a good counterpart to Ingo Swann. Ingo was a painter. He was the typical free spirit artist. He was loud and confident and funny. Pat Price, on the other hand, was grounded and serious. Pat solved a few crimes using his psychic abilities. Now, at the time, Pat thought it was nothing more than intuition, hunches that usually turned out to be true. After he retired from the police department and had more time to focus, he realized his talent was more than intuition. Today, Pat Price is considered one of the most gifted psychics ever. The CIA wanted to test them. Both Pat and Ingo were given coordinates to view. Nobody knew what was at the site except the one CIA analyst who gave them the numbers. Even though they remote viewed separately, both Ingo and Pat sketched similar results. They saw the layout of some kind of compound. They said it looked high-tech. They described a large radar dish, a guardhouse. They saw roll-up doors and jeeps. They said it looked like a military installation. Pat Price was even able to read documents on the site. Now, this is unheard of. Nobody else could do this. But Pat saw a cabinet labeled Operation Pool. Inside were green folders named Cue Ball, 14 Ball, 8 Ball, and Rack Up. The team showed the results to the analyst and asked how close they were. The analyst said, "Sorry, but these sketches are nonsense. I gave you the coordinates to my cabin in West Virginia." The whole team at SRI was disappointed and confused. How could both men be so wrong, yet see similar things? So they sent someone to the coordinates. He found the cabin. But a few hundred feet down the road from the cabin, he found something else.
Do you know what eating cabbage can do to your partner? Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce.
He found Swan and Pat Price were given the coordinates of a CIA analyst vacation home in Sugar Grove, West Virginia. But when they remote viewed the location, that's not what they saw. They saw a...
Number 1. The 1967 Ford Galaxy 500 Fastback, priced at $5,000, located in Elgin, Illinois. Equipped with a 289 V8 two-barrel engine and an automatic transmission, the car remains all original with 56,000 actual miles, making it a rare barn find. Aesthetically, it is faded dark brown paint with some rust spots, particularly around the vinyl roof and lower body. The interior is still original, featuring black vinyl seats and a dashboard that showcases the classic Ford design of the 60s. While the carpet and some interior details show signs of wear, everything is still intact. According to the description, the car is still running and has been driven.
Coming up. I'm not crazy, I swear. Says a crazy man. It's gonna get expensive. Oh, I see something there. And good news. It's mainly bad news.
Previously on M539, man finds a rare Alpina V12.
Oh, there it is.
Excited. Alpina neglected.
Only examples were ever made.
Man learns previous man was a jellyfish who in G. Man finds an accident.
An accident? Maybe this stuff is AI. I don't know. Maybe this stuff is AI. I don't know. We're cool. We're cool. Getting a lot of looks. Yes! There it is! There it is! The smoothie! Oh shit, I'm gonna have to clean that up. Yeah, look like a total lunatic. That's the man. Simic. Woohoo! Alpina! Lovely. The mighty B12 in the dojo. Welcome. Hello, hello. If you need transport in Frankfurt area, Germany in general, I'm gonna leave his link in the description. Super nice guy, super reliable. I gotta pay my dues and then we're gonna take a closer look.
Have you heard of this elusive frequency which, when activated, our brains have the ability to function at higher levels? Former NASA neuroscientist Dr. Rivers has developed a method to help activate this
super nice guy, super reliable. I gotta pay my dues and then we're gonna take a closer look. Rolling like Tupac. Minus catching the whole thing. I'll let the rest in peace. Another turd landed in my yard that we need to deturd. This is gonna be a good one. This is going to be a good one. Alright, let's start the tour one more time. So this side of the car has been keyed, and this is how not to repair that. Very poorly done. If you want to see that properly repaired, you can watch my detailing episode of Project Rottweil. That car has been keyed as well, and now you can't even tell that there were deep scratches there. The biggest bummer is that the fact that this quarter panel has been replaced. We had some major accident there. It was very poorly done. They didn't even remove this rubber that's deteriorating now, so there's a huge edge here, paint run, and this is where they chopped it off. You can see a line there, so that's where it was cut, and the new quarter panel welded in. This poorly painted as well. You can see some dust specks there, so all of that's been painted, but at least the body lines seem fine. See that? That looks nice and straight here as well, and then this is sitting nice and flush. If you look here, it looks a little bit off. This gap is a little bit bigger than here, and there's a gap here, but maybe the taillight can be adjusted because this side isn't particularly good either. But this is the problematic area. We have rust there, as I said, very poorly done, and then this area here has glossy clear coat on it, and this has factory matte finish, so no clear coat. So I don't know what we're gonna have to do here to fix this properly. The windshield will have to come out, that's for sure. The right side is more or less fine, pre-painted, but no scratches. Big scratch in the hood, also poorly pushed up. And then the front end, we need to replace the trim Other than that, it looks fine. Some rock chips and whatnot. Ideally, the whole car needs to be repainted and that quarter panel fixed. The interior is beautiful. In really nice condition, like no wear on the bolster here. It's really, really nice. But let's start it. Here's something that you can only do on an E38 that has the 12-cylinder engine. See that? You don't need to turn and hold the key. Let's take a look under the hood. This is busted. Typical E38. Oh, it's falling out now. That's now stay there. Whatever. Now this is a very special engine that Alpina did. It's based on the M73 V12, which is the one that we just put in the E31. So it started as a 5.4 liter. Then Alpina did the 5.7 version, which is in the pre-facelift V12. And then finally this one, the 6 liter in the facelift V38. 430 horsepower. They got it. From stock is 320. They did different pistons, different cams. I think the heads are ported as well. Alpina, they probably are. The intake manifolds, I think they're different as well. So just proper old school tuning and beautiful V12 engine. It's just a shame that it was ruined with this stupid LPG system. Anyway, I'm gonna let the car warm up now, and then we need to change the oil immediately. The last oil change was at 200,000 kilometers. Now it has 218,000, and that was done in 2011. So it has 14 years and 18,000 kilometers on Mr. Wash oil, which is the equivalent of the cheapest oil that you can get. In fact, we have an invoice that it was 25 euros, so we need to get that oil out ASAP. But the engine sounds good and smooth. It's firing on all 12. It's not shaking or anything like that. In fact, let me go get a coin. I have a 2 euro coin here. Look at that. All that abuse and neglect, and it can still do its party trick. God, I love V12s. It's up to temp now, so let's give it a couple of gentle. It's way, way too quiet, but more worryingly, there's lots of condensation, but it did look like it was a little bit bluish, which would indicate burning oil. Let's see if it'll run on gas. I don't know how to operate this. This button. That does nothing. This one. Something happened. Are we powered by previous owner's cheapness? Or not? I would say no. I think this is there's no gas in there. It's good news! Hopefully we can rip it out. Safely rip it out, that is. Anyway, let's bring it inside and change the oil. I think the thermostat might be stuck open because it's been running for a while now and it's still not in the middle of the temperature gauge. That wouldn't be surprising given that it's been sitting for 14 years. Go ahead, tell me that isn't the prettiest four-door sedan ever built. The E38. Alpina E38. Glorious, glorious looking car. And it's mine! PDC isn't working. And to those that are new to the channel, this is my 520D daily driver. That's weird. Doesn't sound like a 520D. I think someone swapped in a V10 manual gearbox.
Dr. Gundry. And age spots be removed. Absolute common mistake is thinking that you can.
A V10 manual gearbox. This is the first E38 that I'm going to touch since Project Dubai, and it's a very special one. Espressito, and I'm gonna get the nurse to roll over the cart. First, remove the oil filter so the oil can drain from the oil filter housing down into the pan. That definitely wasn't off in 14 years. Ooh, it's hot. Shell Helix 5W40. Okay, that's good oil. Great. Man, the oil was cheap back then. €25 for an oil change with Shell oil. Yeah, the oil smells like fuel. Let's inspect the filter for Lego. First it needs to cool down. Looks good in here. Now let's jump underneath. I don't know if I told you this, but I am currently standing underneath of an Alpina V12. I might have had too much coffee today. Anyway, what are we doing? I didn't check if the oil filters arrived. Yeah, they did. And here we are. Oh no! You know, my years working on BMWs and Alpinas, never seen one leak oil. That's crazy. But you know what they say? BMW without an oil leak, like me without oil. It's just not right. Very, very black. Thankfully they didn't use good oil, but that makes me feel a bit better. Ignore the murders, you know, they're in the middle of rebuilding Hardwood shafts of E31. That's right, I'm working on 3 million projects at the same time. But anyway, let's check out the oil filter. Some tiny little shavings in there, so we do have some little particles in the filter. Yeah, we need to inspect the cylinders. Fluorine. Move it up. And back we go. Got the good stuff here. 5W40 fully synthetic oil from Liquid Moly. As always, first pre-lube the oil filter. So from the factory they used 0W30 oil, which in my opinion is way too thin. Typically the main purpose of using thinner oil is emissions, fuel consumption. LPG line is in the way. See, that's condensation. Don't panic, it's not a gasket, it's just condensation. It happens when you don't drive a car for a long time. You just let it idle. Stupid lines. Should you need oil for your vehicle, you can find the link to the Liquid Moly oil guide in the description. That'll give you a complete list of fluids for your car. I like modern craft, this 12-cylinder pumper has an actual oil dipstick. Good. Fire in the hole. The oil light is immediately off. So good oil pressure. That fan is gonna blow up in my face. We need to change that yesterday. But runs good. Sounds good. With that out of the way, let's go through the documents, the service history of this car. There are some interesting things in there. 6 liter, that's loose, but then again, it will be my car. By the way, that flew right over my head. I sent some pictures to Jason Kamisa and he started laughing. C-U-N-T-Z. It's not pronounced like that, okay? It's Kuntz. Kuntz. Open up this coffin. I don't know if shocks are trying to work. Yeah, it's struggling there. I need to wait the shocks here. Check the hydraulic.
Yeah, got the whole team here. Yeah, how you doing, Chris?
Good, man. How y'all doing?
Hey, whole team, how you doing? Chris doing good. We all doing good.
Yeah.
So long as y'all doing good, that's all that matters.
Standing on business over here.
Yeah. All right, so today we're gonna talk about this cop. He got shot, and people was, hey, my man, this guy's brave. He got shot on duty, supposedly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's a video of him coming out of the hospital in a wheelchair. He still got his gown on. Yeah, the fourth debate in blue. There's more to this story. Let's go to the first clip.
The New York State trooper who was shot on the Southern State Parkway in Nassau County was released from the hospital.
Oh, man. Yeah, man, it's beautiful, man.
Hundreds of fellow troopers applauded after 27-year-old Thomas Messia was wheeled out from Nassau University Medical Center. His parents were at his side. Police say Messia was shot in the leg Wednesday night as he tried to help a stranded driver in West Hempstead.
Oh, we are angry beyond words at what was done to him. We're also extremely grateful. Today he's going home.
are still searching for the shooter, who they say took off in a car, possibly a Dodge Charger with rear tinted windows and custom matte gray dual exhaust tips. The car also had a temporary New Jersey license plate.
Well, what color was the driver? That's fine, and I bet you it's black. Yeah. You know it had to be a black man.
Had to be. Only the blacks do stuff like that.
But then, this breaks. Check this out. Man.
Welcome back at 7:13, and this morning we're following up on a New York State trooper who claimed he was shot during a traffic stop last year.
Thomas Masia was suspended without pay after prosecutors say there were inconsistencies in his story. Just like the James Ford informing you with the latest on the investigation. James, good morning to you.
Well, a lot has happened, I can tell you both, this morning regarding this case that continues to unfold. About an hour and a half ago, this trooper, Thomas Masia, and his father and his mother all turned themselves in here at police headquarters in Farmingdale, the same headquarters from which Trooper Masia had served. Well, he's being processed by some of his former fellow officers right now, along with his parents.
He looked guilty.
Here, their charges are expected to be announced shortly.
Post the video.
Masia.
And all those people out there supporting him, he sat there with a straight face.
Straight face, like, yeah, thank you, man. Man, I almost died.
You see him smiling? He's like, man, thank you. You got my good cop mustache going, you know that? What surprise, cops never lie. What? That was a joke. Okay, cops never lie. Never lie. So, he should have... How the hell did he accidentally shoot himself on duty? That dude probably was in his car, no telling what he was doing. Dude probably now. Oh no, just broke it. What? Right. Good got caught on his seatbelt. I'm thinking he was doing something stupid, like drop down road shooting mailboxes or something.
Man.
Oh no.
I think we got to finish the story now.
Yeah, that's what it.
27 had reported last October that he'd been shot by a motorist. That account fell apart days after he was released from the hospital for treatment for his gunshot wound. A police investigation found $1 million at the home Masia shared with his parents.
What?
His father, Thomas Masia Sr., was an NYPD officer who pled guilty to a charge of conspiracy to distribute cocaine back in the 1990s. And he was also a disgraced member of law enforcement. The trooper are expected to be walked out in handcuffs from this police headquarters later this morning. They'll be taken to court to face a variety of charges. More on that back here live. They're expected to come right out from there into a waiting vehicle that will take them to court. That's expected around 8 or 8:30.
That is crazy.
So what is he turning himself in for, though?
Oh, his dad?
All of them are turning themselves in for what?
Well, I'm thinking they found $1 million in his house. I'm thinking it might have been drug money.
Oh.
They say it was a conspiracy of his dad distributing drugs. And I'm sure, like, the guy who shot himself, when he take that bullet out of his leg and compare it to his gun, you know? Well, it says right here, USA Today, according to officials, investigators searched Masia's home a few days after he made the false report and found an illegal gun in his parents' bedroom, as well as about $800,000. New York State Police Superintendent Stephen G. James spoke at a press conference Monday and said that the young Masia's appointment with the department ended as of Friday. His father is a former New York City police officer, according to the New York Times officials. Officials said his father is a convicted felon who is not allowed to possess a firearm. That's why he's turned himself in. His parents, 62-year-old Thomas Masia Sr. and 55-year-old Dorothy Masia, were each charged with one count of criminal possession of a firearm, a Class E felony. So that's what they were charged with. Man, I believe in Second Amendment.
What brought the police to their house? They just was like up and was like, let me just turn myself in.
They probably had a search warrant. Yeah, they investigate them. Yeah, they probably had a search warrant.
Oh, because the dad is dirty.
Well, I'm thinking they was doing a search warrant. Oh, I'm just speculating. They went to the house, do a search warrant. Then they found all these illegal, like those guns in possession of, and maybe in his bedroom or dresser with his fingerprints all over it. They just got, hey Chris,
Yeah.
they got caught up, man.
They got caught up.
They got caught up.
They got caught up.
Their son being stupid, right? And then got us.
You say I'm Mrs. Mexico and I'm defending America. Because are you Mexican? Do you know where Mexico is? No, this ain't Mexico. It used to be Mexico, and now it's Phoenix.
But 3 weeks in the Trump part 2, I don't think he's going to The oligarchy is already here. I haven't seen CEOs this happy since they caught Luigi at that McDonald's. Yeah. And now Trump has handed over the keys to the whole government to Elon Musk. Yeah, that's right. Elon Musk, world's richest man-child. The guy who innovated rockets and really innovated hand-waving. Yeah. And Musk is already doing so much to damage America that ISIS is getting FOMO.
Elon Musk has essentially been a bull in the government's china shop, closing programs, locking out employees from their offices, shutting down websites, locking up email accounts.
DOGE has its paws in USAID, the Treasury Department, NOAA, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Labor Department, even the Transportation Department.
Yeah. Elon is stripping the federal government like it's Kanye's wife at the Grammys. If you think about it, Elon is the Kanye of the government. An egomaniac. He's an egomaniac coasting off early success who is way more into Hitler than you would have thought. Yeah. Somehow, Trump demanded we get rid of DEI, then gave the job of co-president to an unqualified, unelected African immigrant. This country isn't supposed to be run by incompetent foreigners. It's supposed to be run by incompetent Americans. I can't believe I'm saying this during Black History Month, but Elon, go back to Africa. And take your little minions too.
Longtime government employees this week were shocked to find that their new supervisors from Elon Musk's DOGE department include recent college and high school graduates between 19 and 24 years old. One of the young men is apparently a former intern at Musk's Neuralink company, who goes by the online handle Big Balls.
Big Balls. This is how I know Elon is running with a crew of virgins. I never met anyone who's really in the balls, okay? No one's like, send me a scrotum pic and get that dick out of the way, all right? I want to see what those balls do. I need a man hung like a beanbag chair. Balls. How you gonna put 19 to 24-year-olds in the driver's seat, all right? They're not even old enough to rent a car. Maybe it's just me, but I don't want the people destroying the government to only know Andre 3000 is the flute guy. Yeah. So it's the dark times, people. I just hope the Democrats are organizing an effective opposition to all this. Show them what you made up, Dems.
Hey there. Chris Murphy. It's been a very long day today, full of a lot of bullshit. So I poured myself a drink. It's pink. It's pink. Vodka grapefruit juice.
You're unwinding with a pink drink in the middle of the game. Motherfucker, get some amphetamines and get back on the field, okay? Come on, man. You got Elon out here pumped up on Mars juice and ketamine, and you're out here having a sea breeze? Get in this fight, Dems. Your mascot is a donkey. Donkey punch these motherfuckers. Go hold a rally or something.
I am going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. 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 We won't rest. We won't rest.
Okay, see. Now I need a pink drink. I need something simple. Lord, I'm running. Yeah. This entire generation of them leadership has got to go, man. All right? One of those guys had a pimp cane, and he still didn't seem tough. You know how hard that is? He'd be the first pimp with his whole slap in. All right? Kick him out, vote him out, hide their life alert, make him walk down whatever stairs Mitch McConnell uses. I don't care. It just needs to change, all right? Please tell me there's some young Democrats who can speak clearly on this. What do we need? What do we need? Some subtitles for starters. All right. Did Joe Biden sneeze and give all of you dementia? All right. You know what? Forget the Democrats. And let me talk to Republican politicians for a second. I get you want to cut government spending down to the bone. But remember,
Musk isn't just coming for poor kids that you don't care about. He's coming for your red states. He's coming for Medicare, Medicaid, farm subsidies. There is no community in America this won't impact. It's not a black thing, a white thing, a green thing, spit on that thing. White conservatives are going to roll over and let an African colonize you? Apparently they are.
On Capitol Hill, Republicans applaud Musk's goals.
Elon Musk is a genius. Elon Musk, he can do whatever he wants to go look at all of this stuff. Stop hand-wringing about what's going on.
The Democrats need to get used to this. So get ready for disruption. Get used to disruption.
To my friends who are upset, I would say with respect, call somebody who cares.
You're supposed to care, okay? Even if you don't care, that's right. Even if you don't care about we the people, don't you care about your own power? Congress is supposed to control spending, and Trump is letting Musk do it while you watch. Elon is constitutionally cucking you. All right, I need you to give Musk the same energy you give George Soros. You've been talking all that nonsense about evil billionaires with Jewish space lasers. Elon's got real space lasers, okay? And Elon's poll numbers with Republicans are already crashing. But don't forget, they can't vote him out of office, but they can vote you out of office. Yeah, that's right. You think Elon cares about blowing up your political future? This man blows up his own rockets for fun. So Republicans, I know it's tough to stand up to Trump and Musk right now, but our democracy and your jobs depend on it. So if you don't want the mob turning on you, you need to act like a 19-year-old tech bro and grow some big balls. But that's just my opinion.
see what was really going on. Japan Night 1, baby! Let's go! First thing you'll notice about driving in Japan, the roads are narrow. These are very narrow highways.
No shoulders.
Yeah, no shoulders. Your standard road in the U.S. is about 12 feet wide, while your average Japanese road is almost 1.5 feet narrow, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that can change how cars are made, how people drive, and how drivers become culture. Smaller roads require smaller cars, and smaller cars require precise engineering, purposeful design, most of all, efficiency. If you've ever spent time in Japan, you know efficiency is the name of the game. But roads only shape half the culture. The other half is the drivers themselves. So I met up with my buddy Ken. So this is Ken, for those wondering. We've been Instagram buddies since 2021, I think. He would be our guide through Tokyo's underground course. I've heard he has some really cool spots selected for us. But tonight we're just going to take it easy. We're going to go to this first meetup spot, check it out, see what shows up. Might see some cool cars. I mean, we're already rolling with some cool cars.
We're gonna diverge off towards Wangan. And then we're gonna hit up Tatsumi.
Our first stop is Tatsumi, a famous parking area off of Route 9. Rest areas like this have become common hangout spots for Japanese drivers. Think of it like playing Tokyo Extreme Racing. Alright, Ken, from the side of the freeway, cold, where the hell are we?
Tatsumi #1 parking area.
Got it. How long have you been coming here?
Since 2015, so I guess now a decade.
Oh, nice. So if you like someone's car here, is it okay to just go up to them and talk to them about it?
Yeah, that's totally okay now.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Kakui. Kakui. First Japanese word of the day, guys. Kakui. Kakui. Very Arigato. Arigato. We're like best friends. Visiting the local spots was the perfect way to start the trip, especially getting to visit the Times Square of Yokohama, Daikoku. Alright, so we're here in Daikoku. I mean, this place is world famous. If you don't know what this place is, you've probably been living under an automotive rock. Usually on a Friday or Saturday, this place gets packed. Tonight, it feels pretty local. Alright, Ken, so you've been coming here for a long time.
Close to a decade.
Yeah.
Because Japan has faced so much more tourism in general. It's really picked up with foreigners a lot. But not only car enthusiasts in general, but car enthusiasts from abroad too.
今から20年ぐらい前かな。今は、昔は、本当に走り屋だけ、走る人、首都高とか横浜環状とか。でも今は走る若い子がほとんどいない。だからこうチューニングして遊びに来る。
50% mix of Japanese people and a 50% mix of foreign people. Looking around, there's still heaps of Japanese people. Still locals coming. There's still locals coming. There's still cool local cars.
So do you feel like that recent influx of tourists is kind of messing with this spot?
No, not at all.
すごくいいと思う。日本の車のチューニングの文化、ヨーロッパとは少し違うところがあるから、すごくいいと思う。
I grew up liking DDM, then finally I was able to build this here.
Yeah, this is very cool. S15, no doubt. In general, the locals seem to welcome the influx of JDM tourists as long as they follow local customs and behave themselves. I was surprised at how open the locals were to outsiders.
We're gonna get Jimmy inaugurated. Whenever we bring someone new in, we always take him to this vending machine and get him one certain drink.
I'm not a banana person.
Cheers.
It only took me 5 minutes and I found another Miata owner.
でももう小さい頃からよりは結構落ち着いた感じはありますけどね。親がシルビアってでも。
Where do you think this will be in 10 years?
私が思うに今と変わらない。だからは
ここは10年間 I wanted to see where these things get built and who's building. Day 2. Where are we going?
Unparalleled factory.
What do they primarily do? What do they primarily work on?
Mainly tuner cars that run a lot of street and circuits. Maybe this is Ken.
Ken, nice to meet you. Another Ken. This is a really cool shop. How long have you been? I've been doing it for a month. Yeah, it's pretty good. Tuning shops like Unparalleled are vital to the community. Given the sheer amount of enthusiasts in Tokyo, they do a little bit of everything. This is really cool. Stage, yeah.
It used to be stands.
A stance code, okay.
Prepping it for car inspection.
Oh, okay. And then as soon as he passes it, put it all back?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, wow.
I've been waiting for this one to be up for sale, but probably never.
Oh my god, this is sick. A white GTR just looks really sick.
The car was like built from ground up. Everything was built from the body. Then it's like stitch welded.
Oh wow. And is it more of a younger crowd that are coming to you guys, or is it an older?
I would say when it started with more cars, like
but those are expensive.
Very expensive to maintain. We try to steer them towards more cost efficient.
Parallel puts a lot of focus on teaching younger drivers the ins and outs of tuning as well, partially because there's a growing gap in generations. In order to understand this, we need to take a second to explain the golden age of Japanese cars. In the 80s and 90s, Japan was experiencing an unparalleled period of economic growth. Thanks to this booming economy, companies were creating their best cars, and those cars were creating the best drivers. This created the golden age. Which took Japanese car culture to heights it had never seen, and more refined tuning. But that was almost 40 years ago, and many of those legends have moved on to different pursuits. Where are we going to next? Is Mizoto-san, a member of the original Midnight Club, the godfather of Japanese street racing. Do you and your teammates know how much of an impact you have made, not just in Japan, but worldwide?
あまり影響があるかどうか考えたことないんですけど、やはり昔のメンバーって自分の車でがやっぱ一番、それをどんどん突き進めて。
Oh wow. Do you miss Yatube?
懐かしいです。とても懐かしい。
I felt like I'd met what I see to be two sides of Tokyo's tuning scene. Ken and the guys at Unparalleled are very focused on nourishing the next generation of drivers and enthusiasts through mentorship and budget malleability. Mizoto-san, on the other hand, is a living legend. What he and his fellow Midnight Club members did for the scene cannot even be quantified. But that was a long time ago. Many of the Midnight members of Mizoto are now business. Some are even executive. Perception of these missions tend to contrast being directly involved in the scene that you helped popularize. They led the charge for 20 years and are now passing the torch down to the young generation.
その今の現役世代がどうやって伝えるかというと思うんですね。やっぱりそういう人たちをやっぱり先輩たちが引っ張っていく。
In my opinion, the scene will flourish and sustain even more because of shops like Empathetic. I personally felt like I had a good grasp of the scene, but between shop tours and meetup spots, I still haven't seen any real action. So we decided to link up with our friend Ken and go check out the C1, see if we can find some street racers. Back with Ken tonight, we've seen the shops, we've seen the parking lots. Now we gotta see what the locals can really do here on the C1.
C1 is part of the Greater Tokyo Metro Expressway system, and C stands for circle. There's C1, there's C2, and C1 is the innermost circle. It's so small, you can do the whole circle in around 10 minutes.
How long have people been racing on the C1?
Since its inception.
That's the Rainbow Bridge over there?
Tokyo Gate Bridge.
Tokyo Gate Bridge. So then where's Rainbow Bridge?
That'd be like beyond those buildings right there.
And is that part of the Wongan?
We're on the Wongan right now.
Oh, right here.
We're standing on it.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see some pretty cool cars on this way.
People take off here from the parking area, so it's a good, like, merging on-ramp, if you will.
If I saw an R34 take off from here, that would be like...
Oh, that's like everyday traffic for us.
Yeah. Would you rather go to a track day or would you rather come out to see one at night?
They both have their good sides. You know, the track aspect is more regulated, so you can leave more of a proper legacy. You know, you have a track record of, you know, winning so-and-so competition, but this is a whole different vibe.
I don't think I've seen anything like this. Is there a leaderboard?
Leaderboard, I
Got
guess.
it, okay.
The legend has it record is like 5 minutes, 12 seconds or something like that. But,
waiting to see what comes around that bend. Right now it's just cabs and trucks. I want to see something fast. Man, how is the police presence on here?
I want to say heavily policed, but there's ways to go about kind of dodging that. You don't necessarily need to be a reckless person to say race to C1. You can switch your race mode on and off. When there is traffic, you need to be very, very careful. Being pulled over in real time is actually not that bad because 9 out of 10 times they probably don't have proof of your speed at that moment. For them to actually give like a speeding ticket, they need an official record of at this time, at this hour, we have footage and like your plate and everything. The worst case scenario is street racers. What happens, they gather evidence over the months and, you know, even several months. They'll build up a case against you and they'll round up like people who are in the same social group. You were racing with Mr. A, B, C, you were always racing together. We have, you know, 10 videos of you doing the same thing. Technically, I think there's jail time, but for the most people, they just lose their license for 2 years. And there's a $5,000 fine. The nuance here is if you're caught street racing with other cars, if you're doing it solo, it can never be a street racing event.
I can see why people get really into just running this again and again and again.
It's a big thing, for sure. See if we can get a full clear here.
I gotta get used to that.
Full throttle all the way.
This is full throttle? Holy shit. Alright, even though it was a quieter night than I expected on the C1, I can confidently say that experiencing a full throttle run on this legendary loop is one of the craziest things I had ever experienced. I felt like I was in the hands of a Jedi Knight. Okay. He's been driving the C1 for over a decade. He knows every turn, every speed camera, and every bump of these roads, and it shows. What a fucking ride.
Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant helps me build trust with the clients. With AI Assistant, I can find contract details quickly. Having all of this together helps position myself as an expert, and it gives me that confidence to talk to clients.
Dude, that was so sick. It's like, you're this close to the barrier, it feels like. It's gnarly. I need a nice coffee. Alright, so we're in Chiba tonight at our friend Sarah Choi's meet. A lot of cool cars rolling in. This is the second spot. They had a first spot pick out for them. So we're going to walk around and see what kind of cars are here. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, I could be here all night. This is awesome. That's sick, dude. Which motor is it? SR? What's up, guys? How you doing? I'm doing good. Dude, I just ran into some homies back home from LA. Team Garage Speed, local drift team. Everyone is here tonight. That's a $400. Is that real? Whenever this thing comes down the alley, I hope this freezes. What other $1 million Nissan do you know? There were so many cool cars there, and I was running into so many people I knew from back home. It's really cool seeing friends halfway around the world in a space like that. But I wanted to see something different, something I hadn't seen yet. But then, the inevitable happened. That's so sick. Oh. Alright, so we're officially getting shut down, but we got a call from some very special friends, so we're gonna meet up with them. Alright, so we're waiting for our homies to show up. In the meantime, we're at the first spot that we were actually supposed to meet at that got shut down, but there's still some people here. actually a lot more chill, and there's a ton of Natasha cars here, so I'm gonna go check some of them out. And when we got there, I noticed something. Is that Tegra? Japan's lowrider culture is naturally inspired by the original Ronin estates, and as you can imagine, it does not lack in style. The lowrider scene here in Tokyo is sick. I don't think I've seen cars like this before at all. Really putting their own spin on things. What? You got games? The Baka Kuda. You like Jet Set Radio?
愛の癖が自分が15歳の時に出会って今35歳なんです。
Have you ever taken a girl out on a date? That's girlfriend. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you for showing me. But it got even crazier when we saw this. Are you kidding me? That's so sick. You all know our lowrider Miata, but this right here is the inspiration, and this happens to be the owner right here. Arigato. Oh. Is that this car? You brought it back to life.
ローライダーを知らなかった。フルサイズっていうのが一般的。こういうちっちゃい日本車でやるローライダーを知らなかった。
Do you think lowrider culture is becoming even more popular here?
昔の方が人気なんです。
Really? We learned that higher taxes have made it a lot harder to import traditional cars like Impalas and Continentals from the US. And for a bit, this was causing the lowrider scene in Japan to lose steam. Why is that? Because you're taxed on engine size, right? But our buddy Keisuke is leading the charge for a new generation of lowriders, and these hogs are domestic. Alright, so this is Keisuke. He helped put on this little beat for us. He has another lowrider Miata all the way down in Hiroshima. What got you into lowriders? Roadster Miata. It's cute. It's cute. What do you think of lowrider culture in Japan?
アメ車ですか、ローライダー。最初はそうだった。まあ、こういうのって多分日本で特にできてるんだなって。
You're leading the scene here.
I don't think so.
You're starting something, man. The locals here are so open, showing visitors their passion. In spite of market conditions, a new wave of JDM lowriders is flourishing. Keisuke wanted to show us a few and ended up assembling enough people to make our own car. His passion for creating a space for JDM lowriders is commendable, and I can't wait to see how the scene grows with him leading the charge. Keisuke, thank you again so much. Appreciate it. For my last day here in Tokyo, I decided to venture about an hour outside of the city to Nikko Circuit, one of Japan's legendary drift tracks, and meet up with Tokyo bad boy, Jun Takahashi. He runs Tokyo Hardcore, and let's just say, he's got a lot of spirit.
Never got drift, no softball. Gotta go to the hardcore side. Yeah, nice to meet you. My name is Jun of the Hardcore Tokyo. Welcome to the Wonders game. There's 110 cars registered, 300 spectator tickets sold out. Here the Nikko Circuit is so famous in the Kanto area, east side of Japan. Nikko Circuit, baby, let's go! Woo! Woo! Yeah!
Have you ever been on street racing medicine?
Only one time with the rip-off. 200 miles.
200 miles? He crashed the car,
yes.
And then the cops came and were like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude! Yeah!
Jun has been a part of the scene for over 20 years.
It's a so beautiful scene because the Bozo, Kaido racer, drug anytime, anywhere in Japan.
In that time, he's witnessed how culture has changed, especially driver.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh my god.
But Jun says that things have changed on the streets.
Now it's so difficult. Yeah, because already normal people has no patience. Yeah, always calling to the police, calling to the police. Police situation is now hard.
but actually it's not different. Yeah, mentality is changing.
Viral video clips from Instagram have created stricter policing.
Do you think it's the same as the takeovers in the United States?
Yes, that's right. They already
This has made it so much harder to catch these insane cars in their natural element. I was so stoked to connect with June at Inco Circuit. His insight into the street scene really gave me some perspective on my experience up to this point.
The Great House is like control.
Perspective on my experience up to this point. But all this had me thinking. In a country known for its drifting, how hard would it be to find a men? With the final night of our Tokyo trip upon us, we headed out one last time to try and find something we hadn't seen before. But let's just say the night didn't start out really how we wanted to. Nights in Japan are quiet, unless you know where to look. Alright, so we were out trying to find some drifters. We went to the first location that they sent us, and the cops were already there. We were about 10 minutes late. There was already some skid marks, but they were there. Couldn't really find them. Oh, did we get the spot? Second spot's here. Okay, we gotta go. In the city, drifters are soft. In order to avoid attention from police, everything has to be alert. If you're not in the know, you just might miss it. But we see it's getting warm. Drifters. Real life, genuine Tokyo drifters. Yo, what's up? What's up, dude?
Of course, yeah, I know.
Nice to meet you. Give me the location. Let's go. So they're gonna go to another spot right now, but just get in the car and start following them. Alright, we're heading to the next spot. My adrenaline is through the roof right now. I want to see these drifters do something. So we're just kind of going around in this industrial area, hoping to find a spot that the cops haven't burnt out yet. Maybe there's an area that hasn't been cleared out yet that we can see some action. The general rule here is follow the pack and you'll see something cool.
Oh my God.
Just be smart. Just be smart.
I never thought I would see it in real life. Oh, cops coming. My hat. Cops. Please. Sorry, bud. Bye! Holy shit. That was wild. Cops pulled up, we had to make a mad dash out of there. I was sick. My adrenaline is right here. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep tonight. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. That was so cool. The last few days have been some of the craziest I've had doing this job, but also really eye-opening. A lot of assumptions about Tokyo's car culture are made based on videos we see on Instagram or the movie franchises pumped out by Hollywood. The scene is not what it once was, but what scene is. Culture is meant to change and adapt as time moves, and the people within it change. But don't be fooled. If you come to Tokyo and just scratch a little beneath the surface, you'll find a community that is alive and well. with an international fan base that seems to be fueling it more than ever before. I can't wait to see where the future takes it, and even what awaits me on the rest of this trip.
Big thanks to June, JTA, and everyone who made this video possible. This is my stuff, guys. See you guys next time.
You'll be back! Emus can't help people customize and save Liberty Mutual!
Well, I'll be only paying for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What was your favorite part you were doing when you were driving the car? I like how the screen is so big and it's like back of the camera. That's my favorite.
Hi, I'm Jay from Street Performance. Today I'll be assembling a Stroker 2JZ engine. The goal with this engine is to make over 1,000 horsepower, but have it average very well. So it's going to be a really nice driving engine that has 1,000 plus wheel capability. We're going to use a 96 millimeter BC crank. It's a lightweight version. We're going to use a BC H-beam rod, a diamond piston. The cylinder head is a GE head that's been ported by MassWorks. Has a BC 276 camshaft, DLC coated buckets from Kelford, and Freya valve train. The blockwork was machined at MassWorks. It's a GE block, but we've converted it to GTE. I won't use the piston squirters on this particular build, but it is handy to have the oil galleys on the exhaust side of the block for turbo and or oil pressure sensors. The bottom of the cylinders has been notched to clear the connecting rods. Whenever you increase stroke on an engine or you're using a larger than stock connecting rod, it's always good to check connecting rod block clearance. Stock style oil pumps, I like block off because I'd rather have the oil pressure available for the bearings. Using an alcohol-based fuel like ethanol or methanol in a drag race environment, I'm less concerned about the piston cooling jets than I am the oil pressure. I'm using a King coated bearing in this build. I've mentioned it before in previous videos, but the coating that King is using, it's very high tech for the aftermarket. It's on par with what OEMs are doing, and it's helped companies like Cosworth get through some really intense durability testing, and they're a really good value. So if you have King coated bearings available for the engine you're building, I'd recommend using them. The 96 millimeter crank from Brian Crowder comes with a lightweight version only. So it's a Honda Roger, but the real magic is 7.5 hours of machine work and additional processes to whittle away material that's not used. So you end up with a lighter crankshaft that's just as strong as the standard weight crank. This engine will have a set of our billet main caps that will be held in place by an ARP 625 fastener. The 625 fastener is something we moved to with our janitor race car as we went over the 15 or 1600 horsepower range in the stock block. We started to see some cap walk. So going to a stronger fastener will help mitigate that. One of the things we're really proud of with the Real Street caps is the amount of time it takes to fit them. Some of the main caps on the market, when I was installing them early on in my career with the 2J, there was a lot of time burned up in getting rust clearance correct, getting the caps fit in the saddles, not having to deal with excessive amounts of material to achieve a good align bore. So these caps come out of the box with minimal amount of material needing to be removed to fit them. So you're still going to have to go through the machining process of a line bore, a line home while fitting a Real Street cap, but it's not nearly as intense as some of the other brands. This is going to save you time and money. This particular engine belongs to my business partner Mark Conti, and this will be the second stroker engine I built for him. And he elected to get a diamond piston. So where I normally reach for a CP or a Manley, he wanted to use the diamond. Not a brand that I use on a regular basis, but they were a nice part to use. They have a lot of good finish work without adding a lot of cost. The pins for this engine are from Trent. The through arc pin is DLC coated. So basically, you end up with a pin that's as strong as a 50-wall pin, but it's only 200 thousandths thick, so you're saving some weight. And one of the things you want to be mindful of while you're adding stroke to an engine is the reciprocating mass. So you're moving the piston and rod further up and down, or piston speed goes up, leverage goes up, so you want to be mindful of the weight of the parts that you're using. Now with this particular stroke combination, using the factory length rod, we end up with a 1-1-2 compression rate. So it's a fairly short piston. So we're going to use a rail support. It's important when you fit your rail support that little dot is visible through the keyboard. That allows the rail support to be seated all the way down in the piston, letting the oil inflow correctly. Skirts, fours with 30 weight non-detergent motor oil, making sure there's lubricant present during startup. Depending on the bore fit style, while you run into a situation of extended cranking period without oil pressure, it's better to have oil lubrication in different places than it is to let it be dry. So I'm using quality assembly HPL, and I'm just using a non-detergent motor oil on the bores. If you're installing an OEM head gasket, it's good to look for this tab on the rear exhaust side of the block. This means that you have the head gasket on correctly. If you have that tab flipped over, you're going to get oil in the coolant. A couple times here I'll be contacted from a customer that's experiencing that problem, and I'll always tell them to go look for that tab. So when you're putting the head gasket on the engine, take a look and make sure that that tab is at the exhaust side rear of the block.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and not seen yourself? I don't think I need professional help, but a skilled amateur, maybe, will help.
How often do you think about your poop? Well, some people think about their poop a lot, others not so much. Did you know that every time
tab is at the exhaust side rear of the block? For those of you with sharp eyes, you'll notice the DLC, or diamond-like coated buckets. DLC is gaining popularity in the aftermarket and in the OEM engine development. It helps keep surfaces intact if lubrication deteriorates or is displaced. So things like buckets, lifters, wristbands, things that are splash lubricated do really well with the DLC coating. There are now more than one off-the-shelf DLC coated bucket option, so if it's something that you're looking at for your build, you no longer have to buy buckets and send them out to be coated.
camshaft, so I'm going to use a Brian Crower 276. This is my favorite camshaft profile for the 2JZ. If I'm going to build anywhere from 800 to 2,000 horsepower, this is just the camshafts I reach for.
Bill Murray. Bill Murray. Bill Murray. Bill Murray. Bill Murray. Bill Murray. The actor, Bill Murray. What the fuck?
Didn't hear that. Tap microphone to try again.
Bill Murray.
800 to 2,000 horsepower. This is just the camshafts I reach for. For those of you that haven't experienced DVTI on the 2JZ, it's really a helpful tool to have when it comes to balancing power and traction. Because the engine's going to spool the turbocharger sooner, I'll be able to mitigate the boost level and not have a big spike that's going to knock the tires loose. So it works in your favor when it comes to average horsepower, so you're going to have a car that is a little easier with really no bill effect. And because it's all OEM engineered Toyota parts, I'm really
I'm going to show you things now. Squeeze on it, left foot pretty right, your body will fly. Watch this. We made a whole kit for drugs. I drink this, right? So it's everything you need to enjoy wine. This is your wine opener. Now you put that pin works in the second step. You just push that pin down to the board. Now there's no CO2 divides and batteries. There's no electricity needed. So in the event of a power outage,
OEM engineered Toyota parts, not really any risk involved. Timing a 2JZ engine is really simple compared to a lot of other engines, and there isn't much to know. You're going to put the crankshaft at TDC and line the mark on the oil pump up with the mark on the crankshaft reluctor gear. Your exhaust cam is pretty straightforward. There's these two raised peaks in the timing cover up here that you're going to line them up. Now, where this engine and other VVTi engines differ is the cam sprocket moves. So you can kind of flatter this around through the advanced section of the gear, and there's also multiple marks on it. The mark that you're looking for is the single slot in the cam sprocket. That's going to line up with this. Ignore this mark and ignore this mark. Those are both dots. You just want the single slot lined up with the front cover. Different on this engine compared to the engines that I normally build is this is an NA cylinder head. So the NA cylinder head has an exhaust port over each cylinder. So the turbo cylinder head, because the factory turbo kit had to fit between the firewall and the drive system, and it was very compact, very interesting engineering feat for the early 90s, but it meant that a consideration had to be made in the actual head casting itself, whereas these ports are directly over the cylinders, so it's a straight out. So it has better exhaust flow, and I would argue that an NA head has less intake track volume, which may or may not make a big difference because the turbocharger is forcing the air in anyway. Enjoyed this video. If you have any questions regarding the 2JZ build or 2JZ stroker build, reach out. I'll see.
Help people customize and save hundreds on cars.
Howdy and welcome. It's safe to say that I learned a ton after building my 2JZ about a year ago. I spent a countless amount of time researching parts, processes, and just general information about the build itself. For anyone looking to build their own 2JZ, planning out the build can seem daunting. I would know. I felt the same way when I started. So the goal of this video is to give an inclusive perspective on which parts to buy, reputable places to buy those parts, and the tools needed